in fieldwork organization and supervision today as part of our 42nd annual National Conference of Ispsw. In this panel, we have Professor Neera Agnimitra as chairperson, and panelists are Professor Shivani Misra from Gujarat, from Mr. Sandeep Kumar Patnaik from Odisha, Dr. Nagalingam from Kerala, and to introduce the chairperson, I invite Rajiv MM from Central University of Rajasthan. Now, Rajiv.
Yes, yeah, it's a very beautiful morning. All our dear colleagues, very senior professor from Delhi, Vishwavidhyalaya, and all of my colleagues and dear students, scholars, academicians, and above all our 42nd annual conference ISPSW program. It was successfully going under the leadership of our Kanagaraj Iswaran sir. And I hope this program, of course, will have very wonderful sharing knowledge and practical wisdom. And these particular sessions, field work, especially field work components, are very, very fundamental in the social work education. We all are know. And this particular panel will address the challenges and innovations, new innovations and developments in the supervision and supervision of field work on social work education and practice. And this discussion, of course, will cover the practical aspects of managing fieldwork, integrating different components, extension activities, research components, utilizing and new artificial intelligence materials, methods in classroom and research settings. And of course, all these panelists will share their insights on effective delivering fieldwork and supervision techniques and innovative strategies that, of course, will enhance the overall the fieldwork experience for social work students. Because we are experienced during the time of COVID-19, many of our students, academic community have managed fieldwork, especially fieldwork during the fieldwork in the shelter homes and the nearby, I think, COVID-19 management. They are part of the COVID management, part of rehabilitation and different programs. So, of course, this will be a very good experience. And fieldwork, concerning with the fieldwork, is our signature pedagogy and is a very integral part. And integrating theory into practice, everything we know that while practicing, of course, we should know the very systematic and very substantial knowledge of fieldwork. And today, none other than the very senior professor, Professor Neera Agnimitra, madam. She was earlier former HOD and senior professor in the Department of Social Work at the University of Delhi. And Madam holds PhD Social Work from the University of Delhi with research focusing on community organization, ecology, and social work. Rural and urban community development, of course, is highly significant in the fieldwork aspect. Gender studies and the very important field in disaster management, which I experienced in the last 10 to 15 years. And Professor Agnimitra, madam, instrumental in, I think, stabilizing the fieldwork program in the Department of Social Work, which I personally know because our Central University Rajasthan is very highly connected to the Delhi University in terms of our faculty like Professor Jagdish Jadhav, Subhashish Badra. All these people are normally used to be external panel members in the Delhi University. So I personally and professionally experienced the wisdom and academic engagement of madam and the department, and has published numerous articles and books. Of course, I don't have any list, but I will definitely tell this particular document which our students benefited, especially during the time of COVID. There is none other than the fieldwork in the contemporary context, vision and engagement. It was a very beautiful article, and basically the practical experience shared by madam and different fieldwork components, part of supervisions, and general and specific goals of fieldwork, and everything mentioned the particular article. Apart from that, there are another article also I referred, some video documents like madams and Professor Sanjay Bhatt. All these, the personalities will help us, especially during the time of COVID-19, by helping students for giving an orientation, giving an instrumental guidance and supervision for the fieldwork. And of course, the students and the members definitely should read about the different articles available. And not only from Neera Agnimitra madam, many other scholars are well written that will guide us for enduring fieldwork program, the social work. And of course, Madam has been involved in various administrative roles. I already told the former HOD, the director of the Center for Community Development Action, and has worked on multiple and national and international projects. And it's very, very significant, Madam's presence here. And on behalf of this particular platform, 42nd Annual National Conference for ISPSW, and on my behalf and all social work community, I and my institution, Center University of Rajasthan Social Work Department, I admit and heartily welcome Professor Neera Agnimitra Madam for this I think chairman of this particular program. Madam, please take up this session, and your guidance, definitely we will contribute this program in a very worth. Very thank you, Madam. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
Yes.
Dr. Rajiv, for your very, very kind words, very benevolent words. So at the outset, I think I wish to congratulate Professor Kanakraj. I wish to congratulate the Indian Society for Professional Social Work for undertaking such an important national conference. And although I was not able to participate in the last 2 days on account of my official engagements, but having seen the list of participants and the themes for the panel discussions, I'm sure that this conference will really contribute to consolidating the presence of social work in India. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity also to chair this very, very important session. And, fieldwork, I'm very, very passionate about fieldwork, Rajiv, as you have said, because I think that fieldwork is the heart and soul of social work. And if not for fieldwork, I think we would be just churning out incomplete professionals to take over the role of, people who have no people's connect, people who are not, integrated in terms of values, attitudes, skills, etc. So without further ado, I think we have a very distinguished panel here today. And so Professor Shivani Mishra, I think she's the Director of Social Work, Sardar Patel University, Gujarat. And I see that she's presenting. The theme of her presentation is, I'm looking forward to that, application of artificial intelligence in classroom research and fieldwork. I think a very innovative, very contemporary, and a session which I'm sure all the entire the entire audience and the participants are very eager to listen to. So I invite Professor Mishra to kindly present her, to participate and to present her theme.
So thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you, Professor Kanagrajan sir and the organizing team for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts on the application of artificial intelligence in social work educations, wherein I'm trying to cover the classroom, the research, and the fieldwork. Before going further, let me share my screen. I hope it is visible.
It is visible,
Yes,
ma'am.
it is visible.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So, 1 minute. It is
And we would also love to have you on camera so that the participants
actually,
have a-
the thing is that I have my another session. Let me open my camera. You can see my.
No, it is completely आपका comfort level जरूरी है.
No, not an issue, ma'am. But the point is that let me first set myself and then I will open.
Sure.
Something is. The slide is moving, ma'am. No, I can't hear you, ma'am.
No, we can just see the first slide. अभी आप
Yeah,
move
it
कर रहे हैं.
is.
Okay, मुझे फिर से करना होगा. दूसरा आया क्या?
हाँ जी, आप मूव कर रही है. दूसरा आ गया.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, now how can I deny the request of ma'am, because we had already earlier had a conversation with her when I was very, very young when I attended one program at TIS, and she is the torchbearer for me to help me out how to prepare a curriculum. So thank you, Kangarajan sir, to meet my one invisible mentor who can always indirectly help me out. So thank you, ma'am. The point is that I am actually I am here in my car and presenting my thoughts because I have my another sessions. So I hold my class to be there and I will join after half an hour. So this is the reason that I won't be able to. I'm trying before, once I will end with my program, I will open my video, ma'am.
No
Right?
worries. आप बिल्कुल चिंता ना करें. आप we are very eagerly awaiting your part in the panel discussion.
Ji, ma'am. So the point is that since we all know that this is a buzzword and people are putting this word in a fashion rather than applications, I always said, because fashions will not give a logic and a scientific way to implement the things. And if it is, we will put it in a more rational point, then we can implement how things will work out. If we know the science people, I always say that science people adopted this application of AI in a such a in a rapid manner that social science need to work upon, especially social work educations. Now, my mode of and discussions will be that I try to understand that this how AI will help you to work on to put a journey on wall to world, how we can go for interface when we talk about the research, and we all know that fieldwork is our signature pedagogy. Then how things will worked out. I came out with this. I will come out with certain case studies where there will be the case studies how the social work international perspective how they adopted in their curriculum, and that is what the need of our over here also. And concluding thought, and if needed the questions will be. Now the point is that when we talk about the educations, because that is required, and recently when I joined myself with the Coursera to prepare as a course builder, I realized that the importance of AI more with reference to curriculum. So each phase, the AI definitely brings a significant aspect. So rapid advancement of AI definitely unleash new possibility we all know about, and this possibility need to be adopted by social work educations. Now this AI, what they have done, they put the difference of from traditional to the modern era. So traditional, we have one size fit all teaching method, right? And but now this AI put is the replacement of the personalized learning, right? The personalized learning is so much important when you talk about the enabling AI technology, and technology based learning is always personalized for faculty as well as the student for two things. First is independent and enhancing the learning experience, right? Now, I read this global sentiment survey of 2009 L&D. It's a very good report. One can download it. And they had says that, today's youth is so, they are so interfaced with an technology, and they love to be in a autonomy, independent, and want their things to be so personalized that motivates them to be this AI technology. And this is how the personalized learning will definitely give a radius, a momentum in educational field and on or an educational landscape. So personalized learning definitely need to be. Natural language processing, definitely this algorithm is there and that help us out to work on the power tutor. And immersive learning definitely makes a, student want self-paced learning nowadays, though they are coming in regular class, and if we will say that this thing is required, let's come on the chat boards and discuss on it. AI technology definitely start, but when it's talking about computer technology and those things, I when I started one with one group of in Tamil Nadu to work on this interface way back in maybe 9 years before, I came to know that, students love to be in touch with me on dashboard and would like to discuss what are the problem they are facing in their social work education program. So this interactive and immersive learning definitely helped me a lot to work upon. So this is what I have, briefly tried to understand that, when it is an area of e-learning module, right? So data analysis, student love to work upon, and this is a tailored base. That means AI can analyze how student will interact with learning material. They will identify their area. According to the area, they are looking for the support. We will also find too easy to work on the support mechanism. So this educator can personalize learning model by offering several resources. See, plethora of resources of NI is already there. Being an educator, we should be very clear and precise that which AI tool will help us to work, and student will find comfortable to work upon. So that is very much important. When you talk about virtual tutoring, that chatbot which I talk about, or dashboard, or the virtual assistant, many times, because you can work upon the instant feedback and the query solution of the student. Every time you don't want your student to be on the call and will discuss about that, they can put their curriculum or the queries regarding to educations, and they definitely put on the basic inquiry, practicing how the things will be there. So that is very much, we have the Google Sheets, we have the Google dashboard, but now when it comes to an AI, the things are becoming so easy for us. When you talk about adaptive assessment, it is needed many a times. Even I uses that whatever I will them to learn in the class, I will put it in the quiz and the test is, so that personalized assessment, day to day assessments, right? Student can definitely help us to face that difficulty of their evaluation that student are facing. So there is not an era where we can say our student, wo question paper you just read it, wo question paper 5-10 साल के you work on it and we will discuss. No, student, we all know that student hardly love to go to the library. We all know about. And moment you will come out this virtual assessment and virtual student firmly adapted this learning system. So this ensures students are challenged without feeling overwhelmed, allows them to progress at their own speed. This is very important word, that they allow them to progress their own speed. And when you talk about resource recommendation, it suggests a supplementary resources for the individual needs. And AI can help to analyze student performance, student learning, right? You will have a learning patterns and everything. I used to prepare a learning pattern among my students and try to understand what it, because I love to put everything on the research aspects. And for me, this AI is a blessing for me, because I can work upon, I can discuss the material which I already posted in my dashboard, and student will help to understand the fill the knowledge gaps. Because when I studied now, I initially 1 year I used to say, अरे जो क्लास में पढ़ा है वो फील्ड में नहीं दिख रहा, मुझे वो गैप इज I'm living with that gap. I don't want my student will leave this gap, and this AI definitely help me out. So when it comes to the research, again, interface, when you talk about, is a very good sage articles. The editorial had come out, and he had said that, social work research in the age of an artificial intelligence, that definitely makes a difference. And if you read this line, you will come to know how the difference will come out, how it is associated with an human behavior. So social work definitely transforms social work research, innovative social work practice, because now your client is also smart enough. You can't say, I'm doing one research on the woman court, impact assessment of a woman court. They are so good at a smartphone and everything. They are good at even AI also. So when I discuss with him, I realize that, I should be work upon in such manner. I should not have a, I can't say that rural people are so understand. They are good at only at mobile. They don't know AI and technology. When I'm dealing with the case of 23 years couple, I came to know they are so well versed in the AI technology, and they discuss with me talking about this thing. No, that helped me out to discuss their problem solving process in very easiest manner. So they had already said that, the author has already says, if you want to increase the efficiency, if you want to enhance the decision making, these are the best things that one can work upon. So how things will work upon when you talk about the research? Because AI offers a wealth of exciting possibility of social work research, and when we leveraging this capability, we should be thoughtfully implemented. And let me use the word, not only thoughtfully, ethically one has to implement this thing, and that is required. So when you work on these certain things, you will come to know ethical aspects is also required. So in research, that point is nil. Let me screen my screenshot one of the tools that I will present in front of you. And this is size summary. One plethora is there. But let me tell you, I used to, in my PhD coursework, I used to implement this hands-on learning with my student. And you will come to know that, how to work on summarizing the things, how to work on multi-article summarize. This is what we want our literature review with our students. If we want our student to well versed, there is a no environment where student will sit and opening 4 or 5 books and will discuss and tell me kaise kare. It's better that you help them to well verse in this manner. Definitely things will make a large amount of a difference. Let me tell you that this can save the research significant time, the efforts at that initial stage of an concept development. Now let me share this my another screenshot of working on this. This is very close to my heart, these tools I'm telling let just for this purpose I have put social work research and artificial intelligence. See, this is the difference you will find. You will find, how things are working on, how, what, everything the tool will give you, right? So this is a very brainstorming examples on the slide. You can see AI powered a brainstorming tools that help to generate new. We used to tell about conceptual framework, a theoretical framework in the research. This tool will help you out how to generate new ideas, connections, exciting concept, everything. If you are well versed, definitely student will be, they are very young, they will come out give you more new ideas. But it is required as an educator, you should be very much clear about discovering new sources, literature review, apart from this elicit, perplexity, semantic scholar, skysafe, concession, research rabbit, what not. All this tool will synthesize information from the large database to scholarly output, find out the most relevant article, and last but not least, it will save our time to work upon subsequently the researcher also. Now, close to the another heart of all the social workers is often fieldwork practicum. Let me give, instead of explaining fieldwork, why it is important, what things is required, let me share the few case studies. You can see that artificial intelligence has come of the age. Fine. This is what I am telling last 10 minutes. Is potential to transform social work. It is enhance the professional ability. Kiski, the client, the organization, the community. That is required. A field that is traditionally people focused, right? We all know about our field is a traditionally people focused. Now it is needed that adapting it, embracing it with new technology. Let me give example of an virtual reality. You can see on the slide that things are there, right? One of the breaking project has done by the Florida State University, and they had expositionally advanced about the suicide prevention, and they had talked about that with the help of an AI, they can ability to predict who will attempt suicide up to 2 years in advance with 80% of an accuracy. Such a beautiful this project is. If you have time, read it, you will come to know that predicting the risk of suicide, that person, the researcher, will have the machine learning. So this study provides evidence. We can predict the suicide attempts accurately, and that was very beautiful. Let me share you with the another example of and UK social work virtual reality. Child welfare committee has already come out this way, and they had come out that they want their student in this way. We are using the conference. See, science people, they are using the virtual lab, and they want their student have a immersive learning same way as a social worker in India. Of course, I'm not saying that we are not following, but we should put our advancing point that yes, now it is a time that we should work on the virtual reality, because that makes a difference. That makes a difference in the fieldwork pedagogy, and that gives a understanding among the student. Last but not least, we social worker is always work on the ethics, and ethical consideration is required. Don't thrill the student, don't thrill the educator. This is my rules and responsibility, that I should tell them that use this. हम अपने बच्चों को बोलते हैं गाड़ी यूज करो लेकिन लाइसेंस होना चाहिए, गाड़ी यूज करो लेकिन अच्छे से करो, so that adverse event will not come. Similarly, it is required that AI present a revolution in many fields and raises a significant in ethical concern. And therefore, it is required that, we should use such things in a so ethical consideration, so that, that will give the person how to work upon, because AI are complex and constantly evolving. And social worker is committed to social justice, human well-being, and this is what a vital role in advocating the ethical use of AI in various fields in our field as well. So with these notes, I am sharing my thoughts of AI technology and working on it. Madam has requested about the video. I'm trying for this. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Very nice. Thank you. Thank you,
Right.
Professor Mishra, for a very, very enlightening session, a presentation. I'm
Ji.
sure many amongst us, of course, most definitely, I was completely ignorant about artificial intelligence. I always, till now, I have perceived it as a huge threat to learning. You see, because the way ChatGPT and all of these other tools are being misused by students, it is offering a lot of challenges to us educators, in terms of really authenticizing fieldwork reports, assignments, etc. So till now, I think all of us have felt very, very threatened by this whole idea and the use of artificial intelligence. But your session has most certainly brought out many, many merits to the manner in which AI can be used very purposefully. And I like the fact that you have said that it will present a lot of ethical dimensions and concerns. And as educators, I think we should also be very alert to the misuse of artificial intelligence. But, the manner in which you present, of course, the justification that you gave in terms of youth being enamored with technology and youth requiring, and especially the kind of candidates that we are enrolling now in social work courses, all of us can see that they are looking towards a more adaptive environment, a more immersive environment, an environment which is personalized, which is also paced according to their own individual needs. So in that, I see a lot of promise. And of course, there are a lot of pros and cons. I don't know, maybe after the session, some participants may also raise a few questions if you're there. But very, very enlightening. And it certainly gives us a lot of food for thought as to how we can also engage with artificial intelligence in the contemporary context. Thank you, Professor Mishra. I think you have a class.
Yes, ma'am.
If you can join in after the panel discussion, maybe if there are some questions. Ji, Kanakrajit, would you like to say something?
No, madam. Continue, ma'am.
All right. So
Shall I leave, ma'am?
Yes,
Hello?
yes. And we'll be happy if you can come back.
Definitely, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I think that was a very, very insightful session. Now we will proceed with the second panelist. Our second panelist is Mr. Sandeep Kumar Patnaik. He's from the Center for Public Policy Alternatives, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. And his session is basically—
Sir, you log out. I will call the next speaker.
Offer us a lot of insights into the practical wisdom for curriculum development and enrichment. Of course, I was going through his profile, and he has been associated with the National Center for Advocacy Studies for a decade. He's engaged in multiple capacity building programs on people-centered advocacy, action research, writing policy and legislative briefs on the rights of multiple constituencies, including tribals, Dalit, women, children, and landless laborers. And of course, he's involved in research I mean, he's some person. He's a person who's actually engaged on the ground in multiple issues, which actually touch the core of social work, education, and practice today. So, can we invite Mr. Patnaik as our second renowned, acclaimed panelist?
Ma'am, actually, he is facing some problem in getting connectivity.
Connected.
So
All
I
right.
told him to go out and come back again. Na?
So we can wait.
So-
We can wait for 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, he is not able to go. So we can invite the next speaker. After that, we can again invite him.
All
See,
right.
time, no?
Okay, okay. Right. So we will now invite then Dr. Nagalingam. Is he there? Is he ready? Can I? All right. So while we are waiting for Mr. Patnaik to join in, I'd like to invite our next panelist, Dr. Nagalingam M. He is from the Central University of Kerala, and he is a specialist in the organization of fieldwork, having an extensive experience in social work education and practice. His focus is particularly on effective fieldwork supervision techniques and innovative strategies to enhance the overall fieldwork experience for social work students. So I now invite Dr.
Nagal
to kindly join us and
coming, ma'am.
right, right.
Yes, madam, the respected chair. I am
Good
ready.
morning and welcome, Dr. Nagalingam.
Good morning. Once again.
So will you be sharing your screen, Dr. Nagalingam?
Yes, madam. I have PPT. If possible, I will share. Otherwise,
take your time.
Without sharing, also I will go. 1 minute.
Right. Yes, I would like to request the members, the participating members, to kindly also write their questions so that after the panel discussion, we can also have a discussion.
Sure, madam. Hope I am audible, madam.
Yes, you're audible. Yes.
Yes. Yes, joining. Yes.
Nagalingam, what is
Ajay
happening?
ji, just I am sharing. 1 minute. Just sharing. I am trying to find out the icon to share. In my screen, chat is there. Okay, 1 minute.
Between chat and raise hand, there is icon called share screen.
Icon. Where is the icon to share in the laptop?
You know, chat and raise hand, no, between that it is located.
Oh, yes. Okay, show chat previous. And is there?
Between that.
Chat is there. Show chat provisions. Oh, I have to join as a panelist in this also. Okay. Got it.
You are already panelist, na?
Professor
From
Kanakraj,
all-
he can maybe also, or he can send his presentation to you or to our rapporteur. They can also show it.
No,
in case.
madam, no. No, it
Alright.
is possible. I can. Yes. Done. I can now. Okay.
Right. Good.
I think I shared. I hope it is coming.
Yes,
I
it is
hope you
coming,
could.
but go for slide.
Yes.
Yes, now
go
it
ahead.
has.
1 minute.
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Yes, madam. I have switched on my video also now.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, so good morning. Good morning, all. Happy to join this panel on organization of field work. Introduction to field instruction. Concurrent field work provides the opportunity to develop intervention skills to the students of social work and having hands-on experience. Students are given opportunity to work with the different sections of society like children, women, adult, the aged, and special groups such as the handicapped, the chronically ill, and so on.
Hello.
Practical roles. Am I audible?
Yes, of course. Please continue. In
Yes.
case you're not, I will let you know.
Okay. So the practice roles, social work practice with individuals, families and groups, community organization, program planning and implementation. What are the objectives of field work? Develop a holistic view of social work and the social welfare in the community. Emphasis on the agency's role in human services. Agency as an organization, its structure, function, activity, and sources of funding. Applications of methods of social work. Basic humanistic values and principles of social work practice. Practice skills appropriate to each phase of the problem solving process. Understanding the problems of diverse population from children to senior citizens. A range of population will be there in the community. So the fieldwork coordinator need to organize the field work. While organizing field work, understanding the objectives is very essential. Develop the self-awareness necessary to assess one's own values, attitude, limitations, to develop the readiness to seek, accept help from the fieldwork supervisor and others, and from professional scientific literature for self-improvement. So these are the objectives. We know the importance of field work in social work education, how it is important, how it is integral part of training professional social work. Fieldwork training is considered as the backbone of social work, we all know. So it's a kind of practical experience in social organization or agency. Experience has been deliberately arranged for education of the students. So in social work education, the practical experience called field work, which has taken the central focus in the curriculum. It's a guided interactive process between a student and a social life situation. So with this background, I go to the next aspect, fieldwork content. With respect to fieldwork, semester 1 and 2, that is first year and second year, there will be different approaches, prominent performance and skills and methods. In the first 2 semesters or first year, majorly working with individuals, working with a small group and family, and working with the community. So normally the first semester will be having the theory course, working with individual and working with groups. So first semester should fieldwork. First semester fieldwork should focus on hands-on, having hands-on experience on individuals, working with individuals and working with the groups. Then second semester should focus on the open community, working with the community. So hopefully many universities will have their macro practice community organization course in the second semester. So it will go the first semester to first year totally focusing on the method courses. This is very essential, very fundamental. The MSW student should know how to handle an individual, how to handle a group, what are the skills required, what are the steps, what are the stages, phases in the intervention. So when we organize the field work for first 2 semesters, the fieldwork coordinator in charge need to select the agencies carefully where the students can get individuals to have a hands-on experience, where they get a small group. This is very crucial. This is very essential. We have to make a pre-visit, go to discuss with the agency director, find out whether there is a scope. So then the next semester, it is a little advanced. Wherever there is a specialization oriented curriculum, specialization based fieldwork will go in the third and fourth. Whereas the generic, there are other advanced training we have to plan. We cannot do the same training where we have given in the first and second semester. So third and fourth is little advanced, like advanced counseling, program planning and execution, project planning and management, organizing sensitization and training events. The students of second year should be exposed to how to organize a campaign, how to organize a sensitization program, training program. Then managing service delivery, how to manage the service delivery overall. Then policy making, should give an opportunity to the students to start working on policy papers, campaign management, online campaign, offline campaign, conducting community meetings, intergroup meetings, organizing seminars, conference, workshops. So whenever we organize such events in the department, normally we involve the students, but it should be very consciously we have to involve them as a training. Then monitoring and evaluation of programs also very much needed skill for the social work students, especially in the final years. And there are job opportunities for that. Such training, hands-on experience, very much essential. Then research and documentation also needed, advocacy, agency administration. So the second year students should get these kind of opportunities. There should be a scope for such learning in the second year. So these are the expected focus when we plan, organize. Okay, what are the agencies we have? We can explore. I will go to that. Before that, fieldwork content, daily reports, home visits, intervention, supervision, both from agency and faculty. That will be covered in the next Next panelist. I will go to the list of agencies to explore for field work. Any NGOs, any NP, non-profit organization, any development organization at the district headquarters or nearby. If the School of Social Work is located in the urban area, district headquarters, no problem. Or if it is in the taluk headquarters, then we have to depend on the traveling to district headquarters. Then very specifically, some of the agencies I mentioned here, DCPU, District Child Protection Unit, Childline Project, JJB, CWC at the district headquarters. Maximum every district headquarters has one JJB or CWC. Some districts will have one for two districts. Social Welfare Department schemes, District Protection Officer under Domestic Violence Act, Integrated Counseling and Testing Center ICTC, Anganwadi Balwadis exactly at the grassroots level under ICDS projects and also CDPO at the block level office. Then nearby government schools, especially rural schools, there is a very good school setting. We have to train the first year MSW students on method courses, putting in the school setting. There is a school. If the students are from other state, they are not familiar with the local language, then we have to go to the urban CBSE schools or Kendriya Vidyalayas, we can go. So there is a very good potential in the school setting for a social work students to understand the problem among the children, teacher and parents and gets a hands-on experience. Then further, children home, old age home, palliative care homes. Here all they will get the cases for casework, working with the individual and groups also possible. Then advanced second year training can go like that. Prime Minister Rural Development Fellowship Projects, District Rural Industries, DIC for community development students, District Rural DRDA is Rural Urban Livelihood Projects, NRLM, Swachh Bharat schemes, Gram Panchayat office, community development students can get good opportunity in Gram Panchayat office, like BDO, Block Development Office. Then any social entrepreneurship startup, if it is existing nearby, we can place the students in such organization. So the fieldwork coordinator need to be little updated. What is going on around us? Where are the startups? Then agri producers company also coming up. We can plan that also. Atmanirbhar projects, if initiated nearby. Then health sector, hospital, psychiatric ward, community mental health, or the students are specializing in health. Again, district hospital, taluk hospitals. So these are the range of agencies, and finally, the CSR initiatives, corporate social responsibility. So there also we can strive to place the students to get the exposure on CSR projects. So other than that, we can go to community directly, open community setting. There is a scope for both the micro and macro. I have experience working among following populations to understand their problems, need, and do intervention. Go to the community directly with the support of Sarpanch. Place the students, 2 or 3 or 4. Plan some, transportation facility. If it is very remote, then we have lots of scope. In open community also, we may not have an agency supervisor, but the faculty supervisor need to take extra effort to ensure the learning process. So children, women, youth, disabled, all types, farmers. So I have done this and it is quite successful. In many of the rural villages of some of the states, till now, even after 75 years, the rural population, needy population, like disabled, widow, old age, they are not connected with the government schemes. Schemes are there in the district headquarters 50 to 70 kilometer distance, but still it has not reached the rural villages, tribal villages. If we place the students at the villages, they can go identify the needy person who are not yet connected with the government schemes, identity card for the differently abled population. So they need each and every step to get access with the government schemes. So this is a very good casework. They can work with individuals like that. There is a potential scope for that, and there is a need for that. Then field projects also we can place our own field projects, department field projects. Our faculty members would have got some funded projects. There also we can place. So there they will be under our supervision, direct supervision. Learning process can be ensured. So like that, the range of fieldwork opportunities are there. We can organize the fieldwork in this way. Then assessments, 60-40, 40-60, continuous assessment, end semester evaluation. Normally, if end semester evaluation goes with viva-voce examination with one component, but continuous assessment may require more components like their reports, IC, individual conference, GC, and agency. From agency also we can get the feedback. Like that, as many as components may be planned for continuous assessment. Then reporting, report formats also required. I hope the supervisor will add that. These are some of the formats I developed for concurrent fieldwork of first year. Then case worksheet, group worksheet. And we need more formats for monitoring, for close supervision, how they are submitting the reports, how many sessions they have conducted for case or group work. So the fieldwork coordinator and supervisors may create various formats. The management, success of management is having formats and getting it filled and assessing it. So more formats can be done for close monitoring and assessments. So with this, I conclude my session. If any questions, I'm welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nagalingam. I would again like to really compliment you and commend your session and the insights that you have given us. I think you've covered all the multiple dimensions that are entailed in the organization of a successful fieldwork program by a School of Social Work. And also, specifically being in the context in which we are, where I think all schools of social work are increasingly experiencing multiple challenges, right? Challenges are not there in theory. We are still able to update our curricula, etc. But the challenges in fieldwork are so immense that it is, it is bothering educators. I mean, an educator like me who's almost going to complete 40 years of fieldwork, I'm feeling very, very uncomfortable because somewhere fieldwork is not getting the kind of attention and the kind of focus that it should get. Because like I very much said that, without a very viable, a very vibrant and a very, hard work entailing kind of a fieldwork engagement of students, they will just end up going outside in the field as dwarfs who are not able to either show the skills or demonstrate values or, perform what it takes to be a social worker. So in many ways, what you have highlighted is how the organization of fieldwork, the planning of fieldwork, the immense work that has to be undertaken by a fieldwork unit, by the faculty members, as supervisors, that actually will go a long way in creating the kind of fieldwork outcomes that we kind of project so much or we believe in so much. So those were, I also have a few questions of my own, but I think we will take the questions later. Is that right, Professor Kanagraj?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am. That is the thing. If we start discussing, then time won't be there.
Yes. So
we
we
can
will
call Sandeep now.
Yeah, so thank you so much. And I'm sure you're going to be around to also then participate in the discussion that comes. So now I think Sandeep ji has been able to join in.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank
Yes.
you.
So
Now,
welcome, Sandeep ji. I had already given your introduction to the participants, so they are familiar
Yes.
with your background. And now we welcome you, and we are looking forward to your presence here.
Thank you. Thank you. At the outset, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizer, the Professor Kangaraj, and also, mm, all our distinguished panelists, scholars, and students. So I will be speaking on my experiences, for the last 1.5 decade working with different issues. So here I will totally only focus on two things and our social workers, students' involvement in the planning, but basically the panchayat level planning processes, how they can contribute and what needs to be done. So because I have been working on these fields that I can. And second, basically the contributions or the learnings from the working with different progressive legislations. So including Panchayat Raj Extension to Scheduled Areas Act, Forest Rights Act, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, Right to Education Act, and other acts. So that's two things I would like to specify because when I work, basically I work with the PVTG community, particularly vulnerable tribal groups. I know it's in Odisha, it's from Mankadia and Langia Saura, because that's the PBTG community, and we have been working with I've been working with the United Nations Population Fund UNFPA, making the gal friendly panchayats. So that's the women friendly panchayat, gal friendly panchayats. So that then there I would like to connect the whole macro and micro linkages and what could be our contributions. So because as a student of social work, because we have a vital role, addressing the social challenges and also advocating for a more inclusive and equitable world. So, when we're trying to practical insights, from the field, that involves navigating complex social issues and extremely complex. The second is advocating for the vulnerable population or the marginalized community. That's ultimately fostering a positive change within the communities, and that's where we're aspiring for. Advocacy is a core function. That's why I do my whole Center for Public Policy focus on that. No, because ultimately social workers, the policies and practice which promote social justice or equality or the rights of marginalized community. So by the empowering, basically we empowering communities with knowledge, resources, skills to advocate for themselves. So when that's why the whole methods of people-centered advocacy. So, that's keeping that in mind, we have initiated a process in 2022. It's called Women Friendly Panchayat in the 29 Panchayat of um, this is Gajpati district of Odisha. Women friendly panchayat, what's my learning here? Because that's basically a scheduled area. And fifth schedule, there's a specific provisions for the Gram Sabha. That's the section 4D of PESA Act says that Gram Sabha is competent enough to protect the traditions and customs and community control over resources and traditional dispute resolutions. Because a scheduled area, Gram Sabha is more competent, we thought, let us try to see that how women are being participated in the Gram Sabha, where decisions are taken, or how Gram Sabha takes up their issues, disputes. Now, the first learning was we have enough materials, on gender, basically the women's movement and on gender studies. They come out different studies, the dispute is happening in the non-scheduled areas or the non-tribal areas. That's my experiences. Very, very less learning what is happening in the disputes, women discrimination in the scheduled area. Let me give an example. What we have been learned. Now we are talking about institutional delivery. So there is a faith in the whole community that once baby is born and it should reach to the ground. That is pious, and it's the holy. And if it does not touch the grounds, then that affects their faith. So it has a lot of implication on the institutional delivery. So there are many such examples are happening, because Odisha is 64 types of tribals. In country, we have more than 700 tribals, and they have their own systems. And we need to, as a social work students, when we are going to the field, we need to see that how the ethos, the faiths, the beliefs may progress or hinder the implementation of the legislation schemes. And that's part which is somehow is linking, is missing. Because that needs a different types of advocacy in terms to motivate, encourage to the tribals to this process, to our process, where they can include it, be more inclusive in that sense. Then when talk also gender friendly panchayat, we also talk about that will less dropout, at least zero dropout. That is our, or less child marriage. No malnutrition. We have a playground for girls, institutional delivery, more immunizations. And that's we all know about it. What matter is, when talking about these things, women friendly panchayat, real contention is the whole patriarchy within the tribals community, and also in the patriarchy. Also, there is an less access to the institutions like panchayat raj. So we thought, as a social worker, what needs to be done? We want that let women who have faced the violence, she feels that panchayat raj institutions is for me. I'm with the panchayat. Let panchayat raj institutions own me, because I'm giving votes to them. Because there's a system where panchayat raj institution and traditional system go in parallel, and the linkage is missing. So that's why then the lot of work with on the panchayat raj systems, what we know that, because I will not give in details. We know about it, how panchayat functions, what are the problems. The connecting link is, we need to, as a social work students, when we go for field work, we need to work more on the planning processes. Because as an institution, we know their mandates. But how institutions work, what is the planning procedures, what are the different target groups, what are the development indicators, how to assess this, somehow we are missing on those lines. And Ministry of Panchayat Raj is also evolving different programs. Like one such program for Panchayat Raj, GPDP, Gram Panchayat Development Plan, which has started in 2016. Now, how a Gram Panchayat will plan, and basically in the scheduled area where the Gram Sabha's power is competent, then which type of issues they will take it up. It's empower the local governance, the whole GPDP process. It promote participatory planning. Now, when I think about promote participatory planning, there are a lot of things to say, but still, I'm just, for time constraint, I'm restricting. So, and also facilitate resource allocations, because we have generally Panchayat Raj institutions get Central Finance Commission money and also State Finance Commission. But GPDP has also, that's a different provisions. But how do we actually, people are could able to make their priorities? So accordingly, GPDP makes. But every planning needs, there is also we need to data. Collector, within 7 days, they get all the data about the district. But when a Panchayat Sarpanch, for the 5 years or 10 years, Panchayat has no data. That's why Ministry has come out a Panchayat Development Index. That's a new things which Panchayat reflects. Basically, index is a complex, composite index used to use for the assess and also rank the development status of Panchayat. Based on the various socio-economic link parameters. So it measure development, it promote accountability, it guide policy and planning. Ministry is also not clear. They are also developing, where we can able to pitch in and give our ideas, give our experiences. Because end of the day, Panchayat have all the informations in that table. So accordingly, Panchayat will plan it. So that's why Panchayat Development Index and GPTP, they call complement to each other. So these are the area, unexplored area. These are the things which is happening, it's happening across the country. And Panchayat has a very bigger role in addressing the poverty and other social exclusion processes. So that's the area I can say, I can vouch that our students can intervene and see. So it's not just, so that's when women-friendly panchayat, we're talking about it. When we're talking all the indicators, we're trying to integrate to the GPTP. We're also trying into the Panchayat Development Index to see what is the status. And accordingly, we make the priorities. And that critical understanding, that critical environment, that's we need to pitch in. And that's why the whole involvement of local organizations, Panchayat Raj institutions, based on this understanding, we need to put, and accordingly we need to address. So that is the first part where I will like to hear. The second thing, because based on my experiences working with the different legislations, we have different legislation for last 15-20 years. We have very progressive legislations. That's in the progressive legislation means it have a content of right. It also gives an accountability to the officers, to the duty bearers. Generally, all the schemes program, it only gives charitable and beneficiary things, but these are the different like MG, NREGA. So there are 10 types of entitlement in the MG, NREGA. So I'll not go to the details of it. But the problem is our students, they know about the different schemes. They know the character, the beauty, the uniqueness of the schemes, but how to access it? How to access all these entitlements? Now, there's another very progressive legislation, Forest Rights Act. It gives 9 type of rights. It's from individual right, community right, rights of habitat rights to the PBTG. Then it also gives resettlement rights to people who are already displaced. Then traditional customer rights it recognizes. It also protect, regenerate, conserve, manage the community resources. Also allocation of forest land for the other development purposes. So like this, there are many progressive legislations which have different rights, but how to access those rights? So I will not say that all these things need to be in a 2-year course, but at least we will make specific plan. At least few we will identify the progressive legislations, so the entitlements, how to access it. And that should be our USP to our students, because when social workers they pass from the MSW, then even the social worker and others, they also know about Panchayat Raj. But what did our contributions to the field? So it will be how it will be more effective, more relevant, more employable. That's point needs to be taken up. And then when they are going to the field, if these are the things we can put in our post material, I'm not sure whether there are many university might have included in different ways, but I'm just re-emphasizing it. Then we could able to give a dent. We could able to solve it to our goal. So I'll just stop it here. We need to work more on this thing. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sandeep ji. I think you presented another very, very important perspective. Because all of everything that you have said, it gives us so many clues as to how to make fieldwork program more meaningful. How to achieve all the multiple learning outcomes that we seem to spell out in our curricula. So some of, I think one very, very important point that came out from your presentation, and which I think all of us should carry back with us, is that while our students are very familiar with the multiple schemes which exist, so theoretically they may be a little sound in terms of what exists and what is happening, but how to really bridge the gap between people for whom these entitlements are there. How do these schemes work, how to create, consolidate further access of people to the schemes, the role of culture, role of religion, faith. I think you gave a very brilliant example, of institution-based deliveries, while we are continuously harping on the importance of such deliveries. But, the culture, certain traditions and value systems are also very, very integral to the, living, what should I say, the lifescapes of people. And we cannot ignore that. So how do we create a system which integrates the culture and the ethos also with the kind of progressive schemes that we are coming up with, as part of the government system? Then, of course, very, very importantly, you raised, how the Panchayat Development Index, the GPDP, how in scheduled areas this process is undertaken, how it can be, made more conscious of the multiple processes which are involved. And so I think all in all, and very importantly, you said, and, you also presented the challenge that there is so much that we need to squeeze within the 2 years master's programs. Sometimes, Sandeep ji, I have this joke that, we need more than 2 years to really prepare a master's students to successfully connect with people, when the student steps out of the social work school. And I'm feeling very, very threatened also by the fact that, the national education policy is also going to force us to have a 1-year master's program in social work, which definitely means that we need to create much more vibrant, heavyweight bachelor's programs in social work, so that that 1 year that you're discounting as part of the master's program, all of those values now you need to give in the bachelor's program. So that is also a huge challenge, Sandeep ji, for us educators, because we are looking at the possibility. For example, I teach at Delhi School of Social Work, and there is only a master's program so all of those are big challenges, and therefore I think in all of this, the practical wisdom insights that you have given us will carry us a long way. So thank you so much for a brilliant session.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now we have the last speaker for the panel discussion, Dr. Kathiseran Loganathan.
Kathiresan Loganathan.
Kathiresan Loganathan. So Dr. Kathiresan is an associate professor in the Department of Social Work at Assam University, Silchar. He holds a PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University with multiple research interests in health, healthcare, research methodology, and the philosophy of science. He has worked with organizations like the Christian Medical College, Vellore, Sri Ramakrishna Mission Vidyalaya, Coimbatore, and has published extensively on multiple topics related to social transformation and healthcare practices. So we now invite Dr. Kathiresan.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, all. And first of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to Professor Kanakaraj for inviting me to this program. And I was asked to talk on field work supervision. I thought maybe I could share my experience, some 15 years experience with this department may help the audience to have a perspective of Northeast India's social work education, how we manage social work, field work supervision in our region, and what are the challenges we are facing and how we are tackling those challenges, and what are the ways we are looking forward to handle the future needs of the students. Just as an introduction, these are my outline. First, I'll briefly introduce fieldwork supervision. Then I'll explain fieldwork is organized, or what are the problems in Northeast India we are facing, and what are the innovative ways we are practicing to impart knowledge to students, particularly how they can learn from the field, and what are the challenges and what are the ways ahead. So the fieldwork supervision, I'll not go much in detail into the theoretical aspects of supervision, but it is seen as an opportunity to discuss, reflect, and learn and grow learn and grow from the supervisor. So what we do, like Dr. Nagalingam has presented how fieldwork is organized in an university setting or in a college setting, and what are the scopes where a student trainee can get through fieldwork. But the thing is, when we send our students get first-hand experience. But unlike the foreign universities or some other places where we have field instructor or practice teachers who directly supervise the student trainees and their practices, here we don't have that kind of professionals. Rather, our trainees, they work under maybe some trained or untrained professionals or the so-called social workers, and they are already overworked with their workload. But when we send our students, they think that it is kind of burden, except some NGOs and government organization. The remaining places, we don't get good opportunity to learn from the field or with supervision. So in places, what we do in social work, we have used two kind of methods: concurrent field work and block placement. And in concurrent field work, again, we use different kind of models and types, like maybe the supervisor work as a facilitator, teacher, model, or coach, or mentor. They do. But the thing is, still, teacher doesn't have the direct observation or access to the direct observation of students, what they are doing, whether they are truly applying the classroom learning in the field. So it is always a challenge, even if we apply different types and different models, maybe development model or task-based, or maybe a particular work-based or intervention-based model, or phase two. Sometimes we discuss in ICGCs, individual conferences or group conferences through counseling or discussion. But again, what I personally feel is that when a teacher observe them directly and facilitate the trainees to learn or apply social work knowledge in the field, that has a greater advantage than simply leaving them to someone's supervision and then go through the report and maybe discussing what they did and how they did and help them to reflect and learn. That as I'm not saying that it doesn't have an advantage, but it has some limitations. So these the social fieldwork supervision always engage all these four stakeholders. It's not that only student and teacher interactions help the trainee to learn, but we need to have a greater involvement of people and the agency. And therefore, when we talk about fieldwork supervision, the engagement of all these four stakeholders are very important. In Northeast, we have different courses, BSW, MSW. In our department, I'm working in Assam University, Silchar. We have integrated social work, MSW, 5-year course. And we have advantage and disadvantage also. Advantage is that from the beginning, when they come from the school and we start training them in social work. So I, Madam.
Sir, I think your internet is a little unstable. It is, we are not able to hear you in between. I think he'll re-enter.
Many questions are there. We have to.
नहीं, उनका इंटरनेट में कुछ प्रॉब्लम था. I think he has
Ma'am, one question is there.
Yeah, there is one question, but Abhi, he was in the middle of his session. He got logged out.
Come back. He has come back.
Okay. I have
Oh,
suddenly.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There are a lot of internet problem and power cut
No
also.
worries, no worries. Kanakraji, I have also lost my screen somewhere. I don't
No,
know.
you are here. You are here
Okay.
only. Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay. So I was telling that having an integrated program as an advantage as also as a disadvantage. Advantage is that we can train our students in all the field where whichever we like to teach them. Like as Madam rightly pointed out that the NEP demands that we have to restrict to 1 year PG course. So in integrated course, we can emphasize more on what they have to learn. But the disadvantage is that at a place like Northeast India, we don't have enough NGOs, we don't have professional bodies, professional institutions, and placing the students and giving them proper professional training is a real challenge. So even in Guwahati, though it is seen as some kind of headquarter, but even in Guwahati, they face a similar kind of problem. Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Guwahati campus, they are sending the students for block placement because they don't get enough institutions, so that they don't get enough field work practice settings. For example, if I have to tell in my place, we were forced to offer generic social work because we don't have enough institutions to train our students. For example, if my department gives any specialization course on HRM, and we don't have any industries where students would get labor welfare exposure or HRM, human resource management experiences. So for all these kind of challenges, we send our students for block placement. So again, in block placement, we may say now the recent development, something like online interactions would help us to connect with our students and guide them properly, but still it is a challenge. Concurrent field work, teaching along with our coursework as an advantage than sending our students for block placement. We do have block placement, but again, block placement usually in this region, or even if we send our PG students for summer placement, what is happening is they do a particular assignment, ask our students to complete the task, and maybe the students would be successfully completing the task, but whether they are learning all the process of social work knowledge, technique, methods, or acquiring the practical experience of applying the theories that they have learned in the class, in the whether they could apply in the field is really questionable. Mostly block placement is something like task-oriented or task-based placement, which is not giving enough exposure to the students to learn. And the disadvantage and the integrated course, I feel, is that when we allow students to enter at the lateral level, we may get students from history, economics, political science. So we would get students with interdisciplinary understanding. When such students come to social work, and when they go to tackle with social problems, we will have a multitude of interventions and a better understanding of the society, understanding of the problem, and creative ways of solving that problem could be possible. But starting from BSW, the moment they come from school to college, and if we start them, most of our curriculum is Western bias, Western based, or borrowed ideas. So again, casework paradigm dominates the social work practice, though it is not in practice. Like if I have a problem, I don't seek any counselor or any social workers intervention to solve my problem. Mine is more of casual things, like I discuss with my friends or elders or colleagues and resolve my problem. So our context, cultural context or societal context is completely different, and we cannot expect that the Western model of casework should be applied here. But more emphasis is given on casework, group work, rather than social development, or rather than social, bringing in social change. Those aspects are somehow is undermined with the current curriculum. And another problem we face is that practice teachers or field instructors are maybe there, or but they are not trained, or they are not keen to provide the kind of maybe the time has changed. When I was a student, when I was placed in Greaves India Limited, I used to travel from Tirupattur to Ranipete. I used to go by train and long hours of journey. During that time, I would be reading books, and every time my supervisor, agency supervisor, would say that every day of field work, I would have some kind of test. So you would ask not about the, for example, Factories Act. We would say we will have discussion on Factories Act. So if I read all the sections of Factories Act and go to the agency, around 4 o'clock, he will call for the discussion. And he would say, what is Form 25? And Form 25 is not discussed in the bare act. Only sections are introduced or discussed. So what he would be expecting me to learn is how the act or the legislation is practiced in the industry. What are the forms or what are the registers we have to maintain in the registry? That the practical aspects of legislation he was expecting me to learn. And I used to learn that and attach. Sometimes I may take as, like, for example, there may be something like an accident. In case of an accident, what we have to do, taking the injured person to ESI hospital, what are the forms we have to fill, and what are the procedure, all those I have to explain and keep evidences in my fieldwork report. So that is how both teachers as well as the instructor in the field level, they enhanced our understanding. And maybe I would thank him now if I meet, because of him, I could clear UGC JRF and HRM and labor legislation. So such kind of practice teachers or practitioners are not available right now. Even if there are some people willing to teach, but they are overworked with the agency or company's requirement. And another thing that in Northeast we face is that we have been sending our students to the nearby communities, neighboring communities, and engaging in various intervention and activities. But we have not made any social impact assessment. Something like we would send this semester and the students would identify what are the problem and maybe come out with some intervention program. And there won't be any follow-up activities on it. And the next batch will come again. For the next batch, we have to introduce how the students would understand or assess or conduct a PRA, and how to learn what is the social composition, how to identify the problems or need identification, all those. The same process, by the time they come to one intervention, the semester will end. And as the result, we also have some challenges. In some communities, we get good involvement. Community participation is very active, and willingly they participate. In some communities, they are saying every time you come and do the same thing. Now, NEP also demands similar kind of community engagement program. Earlier, only social work department and some other department students used to go to the community. Now, every other department, mathematics department, physics department, every other department, we are sending the students to the community. So the problem is now we have to assess the community need and fulfillment of their needs and what is our contribution. These are all something that we need to do systematically, at least in future. And lastly, we also feel that there is a need for agency community collaboration with the department, because when they come together, many of our problem can be resolved or at least addressed. So these are something that I would say that these are some of the problems that we are facing in importing field experience or field work education to our students. And besides this, being a teacher here and how I am tackling with these kind of challenges, I would like to highlight here. First, maybe every one of us would be doing this, so please don't think that I'm claiming that I'm doing more creative work than others. So first and foremost thing, what I do whenever I get my students for mentoring or fieldwork supervision, I provide them a conducive learning environment. Before I send them to the field, what I do is I ask them, I give them some kind of orientation and explain that what they have to do, because the other problem that we face in our department is that because of the limited agencies, we don't send our students semester wise to different agencies or different communities. We send our students in group. For example, 10 students in one group would go to one community and they would do in community organization activities. So for this, we have a different set of students. For example, the understanding of second semester students and understanding of 8th semester students would definitely different. So therefore, what I do is I give kind of orientation and explain them what is the setting, what are the requirements, what they have to do in addition to the classwork, and also engage them in kind of peer leaders and ask the senior students to train the junior students and help them. So that way I create a kind of conducive environment so that the students, junior students, at least have an understanding when senior students talk about, say, need assessment or PRE or felt need or real need, and the junior students, they understand this. So for that, I feel that it is very essential for me to create or provide this kind of orientation lectures. Though it is taking my time and students' time, but it has its own advantage. And also, I facilitate them with some kind of creative action plan. Not like we have one fieldwork diary and we have assigned the students the set of activities they're supposed to do. But what I also do is that in addition to that, or something different, what I do is that for example, awareness creation. Every semester, our students used to do this awareness creation program or health camp program, which I'm not saying that we should not do, but what I do is that I ask them to do things differently. Something like, for example, if I have to share one example, we have an agency, Barak Valley Welfare Development Society, and there they have victims. They have one shelter home for human traffic victims, and our students they go there and collect case histories, and based on that, what they do, they go to the community. And in the community, earlier, what people used to do is that they would invite someone as a resource person from the agency, and the agency personnel will come and explain the process of rescuing and restoring or repatriating process, which is not very essential for the community people to understand. What they need to understand is that how human trafficking is evil and how they can save themselves or save someone else, and how this agency is rendering the service in case of crisis, how they can approach. This much knowledge is required. So for that, what I do, I tell them to develop some kind of kids drama from the case studies, and how women, particularly girl children or women, are misled into human trafficking, and how these agencies can be helpful in restoring their normal life. So this way, instead of creating awareness, what we do, we do things differently. For that, I facilitate my students to have action plans. Like earlier, my students used to do something called mini research. I don't know, maybe small scale research. But again, I felt that it is not the right thing to do, because they neither apply statistical tools nor they employ proper data collection process. Just for completion and project submission, they do it. So what I did, I asked them to discontinue with that kind of project, particularly the quantitative research. I asked them to do kind of case studies and write about single case, not with multiple cases, single case, and analyze each case. So maybe it could be an outcome of casework process, or an outcome of group work process, or maybe the life history of girl victim in the agency, something like that. So for this, I facilitate my students.
I'm sorry.
have
I'm sorry to be intervening, sir. The organizing team is telling me to, because we are, I think, running a little short of time.
Okay, ma'am.
I mean, I wouldn't like
I'll
discontinue.
try to wind
but
up
please
very
shorten
fast.
it. Thank you so much. Thank you for
Okay.
understanding.
Okay. So these are some of the innovative ways I'm using, so that my students, instead of doing the regular things, and I ask them to do things differently, and I encourage my students to engage in collaborative activities, and where I insist my students to be the resource person, not simply kind of facilitators or organizers or mobilizers, but I am trying to empower them. And also, I ask them to use unconventional methods in helping or providing interventions. Something like, my students are placed in school where we don't have any social workers, and teachers expect our students to help their students in teaching. So what I do is, I ask them to engage them in some creative art, or some craft making, or teaching them through these unconventional methods. The challenges my students face, I am going to list only few. There are several. One is, many students, they say that the work is very challenging. Means a lot of work they have to do. For example, if they have to go to the field and talk about developmental programs, they have to, what I expect is that they have to read everything, and before going to the community, they should be well informed. So for that, they have to read, and I ask them to write at least one page of write-up, and then go to the community and interact or share their knowledge with the community people. So for that, they say that they are overburdened. But what is happening is that they could develop professional growth. That is something that I'm witnessing. So I promise that if you read more, and definitely you have an advantage of applying things in the field. And again, challenging tasks, something like, I would say, do differently. So people, some students feel that it is very challenging, and teacher is not always satisfied. But what happens is that, because of that insistence or motivation, people come out with creative interventions. They discuss, and they come out with some different ideas. So we get some kind of creative problem solving solutions. And students many times feel dissatisfied. But thing is, because when we evaluate them, when we ask them to be critical and reflect what they have done in the field, whether they have applied the theory, whether they have learned, they at the beginning they feel that they are something like they are missing out, but later gradually they understand and develop an attitude of critical reflection, which is very important for social work practice. And also agencies and communities, they expect more from our students. Something that sometimes it is impossible even for agency people to do something like that. So, say, for example, they would say, organize some program for 200 street children, which is not possible for students who are going for 2 days in a week. So what we do in that case, we call the agency people or community people and have an interaction, explain our condition, understand their condition, and come to a kind of negotiation or compromise. And what I feel is that now we have well-established curriculum, but more is required. We need to theorize from the field, which is not happening in our country. We only impart knowledge or particularly teach the Western theories in the classroom, but we don't bring the practice to the classroom that is required. And we need to promote interdisciplinary teaching and learning. We need to adopt more creative techniques such as arts, or dance, singing, etc., and field work. And departments should have a reach out program. If they have such kind of program, teachers may have direct observation, direct supervision, so that they can train them well in their fieldwork activities. And also, if universities or colleges provide some kind of grant and aid for students to undertake reach out program, that will also give a unique experience to our students, and teachers can closely supervise them in these projects. With this, I'll end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think as a last session, as the final session, I think you really presented us with a host of opportunities. And I'm, really congratulations for also enabling us to understand the threats. And many of these threats are common to all of us. I was completely able to relate to what you were saying. I was completely able to also empathize with all the challenges that you are facing. I think educators and supervisors across the country are facing similar problems. And, we are at those crossroads where some of us are still fumbling and, not realizing, and especially sometimes the younger faculty, the one very, very excellent part of your presentation was in terms of highlighting the role that, a persevering and a committed and a role model educator and supervisor can do, because understanding the threats and converting them into opportunities is something that you have done. And so you have also shown the way to, I think, many participants and many other people, I think, to whom through social media, maybe your lecture may reach, how an enterprising guru can also create an enterprising, dedicated, and value-laden supervisee and a practitioner. I think that is something so excellent. I think you very, very lucidly been able to communicate to us, what are the challenges that you're facing, and most of your challenges, how with deep insights and with a lot of immersion, you've been able to convert to good opportunities. So thank you for a very beautiful session.
Thank you,
Madam. I think one question is there in the chat box.
Yes, please. No,
Yes,
I did see that question. There is one
question
that has, there is one question that has been asked, and any of our panelists can answer. The participant wants to know if there's any SOP guideline for a home visit in a community setting. So any of the panelists can take this question. Any SOP guidelines for home visits in communities?
Ma'am?
Yes, you can. Yes, Kathire Sanjay.
Yeah. What I feel, we need to discuss with our supervisors. That would set the tone, because many times our students go for home visit. Home visit was created for different purpose. And many times people misuse this home visit. They go and ask same set of questions and come back. That is not home visit. We have to go with a purpose. For what purpose do you want to have the home visit? Whether is it for collateral contact, or whether it is for any kind of intervention, or whether you want for simply data collection process. What is your aim? Why do you want to conduct this home visit? First, because even we don't like to have any intruder into our family and understand. So we have to respect that. Something that is missing. I'm not saying maybe in the initial days when home visits were done, it was done for service. It is completely a different process. But now students going to houses and start collecting information without any aim or without any objective. Rather, I would say that it is intrusion and unnecessary data collection process. What are you going to do with that data? So for that reason, what I would say, we don't need to have any SOPs. Now we are not in Corona time. We don't need any standing procedure. But for me, a standing procedure is that if your students want to go for field work, during field work, if they want to conduct home visits, ask them, what is your objective? Why do you want to do this? If this much question as an educator, if we ask, students would make something out of it, and that home visit will be more purposeful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's a very, very good answer, for these participants to carry back. I'm also reminded of the fact that even, for the initial rapport building that we used to go to in communities, I remember my supervisor, Professor R.R. Singh, would go with us and he would demonstrate to us, how should you interact? What is it that you should tell them? What is it that you should not be telling them? How should you sit? How ethical behavior is imperative. So, some of those things are completely lacking now. Educators as role models, educators also demonstrating how to engage with communities with respect, how to relate to, because sometimes these things do not come very easy to students. You tell them that you relate to your community, you come down to their level. Now, in the context of this social media driven, all of us are islands in ourselves. These kind of things do not come very naturally to at least urban-based students that I'm teaching. They don't even understand what it is to relate, what it is to... So many times even empathy has to be demonstrated. So I think I see a very, very important role of the social work educators here as supervisors, as teachers, because if we are not good role models and demonstrators, then some of these things will just not reach our students. So thank you so much for the answer. Do we have any other questions? I don't see any in the question box.
One more question is there, madam, in Hindi.
Okay, I'll just see. Yes, there is one more question by Chandu Patil ji. उन्होंने लिखा है, आज की स्थिति में बहुत सी एजेंसीज फील्डवर्क की परमिशन नहीं दे रही हैं. इसके लिए कारण क्या हो सकते हैं? क्या क्या कारण है जो जिनके वजह से परमिशन नहीं मिल रहा है हमें फील्डवर्क में प्लेसमेंट करने के लिए?
मैडम, मैं अंग्रेजी में आंसर राइट
जरूर.
So agencies are supporting the schools of social work for training our own students. Very rarely there is a fee payment for such training. So mostly free of cost. So what is the benefit for the agency to give training to our students? Maybe it's a larger perspective, training the social workers for future need or future contribution. So that is one social responsibility they may feel, they may have. But directly there is no benefit for them. So to overcome such difficulty, we may focus or we may approach while learning students, they come to the agency also. So learning by doing. So that should, if we ensure, if we focus while doing field work by our students in an agency, they are contributing to agency and their clients, then they will feel that the students coming to the agency will be supportive to the agency. This may be overcome. This is one of the ways to overcome this.
Right. You're very right. You know, sometimes the performance of our students in a particular year may motivate agencies to take placements for the next year. Sometimes, if that is not very satisfactory, then I think many a times agencies also would not like to continue. So definitely that is one reason. Also, I feel that, you know, in context, in the contemporary context, many agencies do not have, you know, sustainable projects. A lot of staff is also, leaving, etc. So they may also have their own personal constraints in terms of why they discontinue placement. There's another question. Is 42nd annual national conference में Indian Society of Professional Social Work शासन पर असास शासन का पत्र निकाल सकती है क्या? So is this, I think this question would Professor Kanakraj like to take?
Ma'am, I make it in actually translate
English?
it. Translate it.
So I think the person wants to know that whether the Society for Professional Social Work, can you take out a paper on, I also don't know what is Shasan. Can somebody?
Sasan is certificate, no?
No. Or Asa Sashan. All right. So Asa Shasan pe they want some kind of a documentation, kind of a by your society.
Bhupendra, I think it is something. So we can conclude, ma'am.
Okay, there is one more question. Should we take it or should we leave it?
Yeah, please just read, ma'am.
Okay, so the last question for the day is how to cope with community dissatisfaction during fieldwork towards solving their problems as a student. This has been asked by Chimli.
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir.
Students are training. They are not the trained social workers. Allowing them to handle the problems independently or making them to intervene themselves is not ethically good practice. Then the fieldwork agency, the fieldwork faculty supervisor should take confidence to gain the confidence of the community, and definitely under the supervision, guided supervision of the faculty supervisor only, the students should intervene and handle the community problem, and this should be clearly conveyed to the community. There is a guided supervision for the students. So this way we can handle it.
Please conclude.
You are not unmuted.
Madam is on.
Conclude. Conclude.
Yeah, final word from Madam. I think we can wait. Yes, Madam is there. Madam is there.
Ma'am, your voice is not audible.
Yeah, my screen disappears in between. So I think there's some internet problem. So to conclude, I think we've had an excellent panel discussion today. I congratulate Professor Kanagraj for selecting excellent panelists, because all of them have been able to give us different dimensions of fieldwork, its organization, evaluation, supervision, etc. And I'm sure all of us have got very deep insights and many clues with which we go back to our institutions in order to consolidate our fieldwork program. So thank you to all the panelists. Thank you to the organizing team. Namaste.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam.
Agnimitra, all panelists, Mr. Sandeep Patnaik, Dr. Kadireshan, Dr. Nagalingam, Dr. Kadireshan, and our reporter, Rajiv MM.
Yes,
Sorry, we have little extended because of the technical glitches.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. We can go to the next, Bhupendra. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson and all the panelists for your
valuable time, comments, and the very wonderful deliveries for in this session. So now we are moving to our next session. That is,
Thank you.
thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. So now we are moving to our next session. That is invited talk by Dr. Kamlesh Kumar Sahu on blending approaches, unlocking the potential of mixed method approach. Actually, it was proposed in the mode of workshop, but we had n number of workshops, so we have requested him to just convert in the form of talk. For the session, we have with us one of our senior faculty member in the field of psychiatric social work, Dr. Deepanjan Bhattacharya. Sir is presently head of the department of the psychiatric social work in PGI Raipur. Earlier, he was head and working in the Department of Psychiatry in the Central Institute of Psychiatry. Sir has very long line of his followers and n number of research works in his credit. So it may take 1 hour or 2 hours to finish his credits and all. So without making it large, I'm just controlling my words and handing over to the chairperson for the further proceeding. Deepanjan sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. Am I audible adequately?
Yes, sir, you are.
Thank you very much, organizer, practically Professor Kanagaraj. Nice to see you, sir. Namaskar. And it's a great pleasure to be with you. And it's August occasion, very nice occasion. And this kind of thing we need to have regular manner, regular fashion, since we are into such a field which has a lot of opportunities, lot of expectations, both in terms of society, generic aspects related to society and human life, as well as health and well-being. So social work, still we are emerging. We are yet to be very what we can say, not what we are expected to be, what we should have been by this time. But we are trying very hard, and in coming future, near future, what I feel personally, that social work is going to be a very acceptable, very designated, renowned profession, just like any other medical fraternity, professions belong to medical fraternity, paramedical fraternity. So that is a very good gathering, August gathering, and it's nice to be with you. And I invite you, and the topic itself is very pertinent. In fact, it is very much related to our discipline of social work, that there should be a confluence between qualitative approach, quantitative approach. Because we are in such a discipline, we need not to bank on a specific approach. Overly quantitative and such kind of thing may not be warranted to delve into the subtle things of human life, society, and culture. So very briefly, and once again, thank you very much to give me this opportunity. I invite Dr. Sahu, Dr. Kamlesh, to share his thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah. Namaskar. Good morning to everyone. First of all, at the outset, I would like to formally place in record that I am very grateful to the organization, Professor Kanakraj sir, Bhupender, and others. After a great difficulty, this is happening, and I'm very enthusiastic to see at least something is happening, and in a very well manner. So it's a give me a immense pleasure to be here as a part. But as Bhupender said, we have a lot of other things, and it is converted many times. And I am saying that the first session is delayed already, and maybe I have no idea which kind of participants are present. I intended to address the newcomers and the student participants. So to be very frank, I'm not a master of this method, or even I can not claim any credential on the research, but still I considered myself as a beginner. So if you have to add anything, you feel something is not as per your expectation, please excuse me and take it this presentation as a sample. But as I said that the way it was planned, it changed. So it is difficult to make audience understand in a form of talk to topic like this. Or maybe it is easy also, but I have not planned in that manner. What I have tried to done is I have taken some research from various good journals, and I have taken their methodology part, and I try to make people understand how this particular approach was used and what was the outcome. That was my intention and humble effort. I don't know how much I have succeeded. Let's start with the topic without any further delay, right? So just give me 1 second to share the screen. Yeah, my screen is visible, sir.
Yes, yes, very much.
So the topic title was slightly different. The blending approaches, unlocking the potential of mixed methods. So I don't intended to address the basic what is mixed method and all, but to a customary I have to go like that. So this emphasis particularly, again I'm repeating it, to how to blend these two approach. That was the more emphasis of the purpose workshop. But again, I'm here with my ideas. So this could be the learning points. What is mixed method research? I think most of us know. Some people may have some doubts and all. We will, as the slide progress, the things will be more clear. And why we should use that is very particular question, and we must be aware of it. The basic mix method we have to understand before planning and going into it. Working with mixed method approach is some kind of competence is required in a both method, not only the qualitative but also the quantitative method, and how to design it a mixed method in a form of research design, and how to conduct data, collect data in a mixed method design, under the mixed method design. That should be also the learning point for this talk. And research question also, when we are considering the mixed method, the question itself must be compatible with the method. Otherwise, simply taking for a simple question which is more suitable for qualitative and quantitative alone method will not work. Sampling also need a specific emphasis for the considering mixed method. And of course, the mixing, which is integration of the qualitative and quantitative approach, makes the presentation and result more meaningful. That is the most important thing I personally feel. And stages is mixed method research also we have to be familiar, and there are so many options of this, which will come first, which will come last. There are certain already set pattern by this time, and we have a lot of books, also good books. We can refer that for research methodology. Yeah. So possibly this is a very familiar definition for most of us. Like the mixed method research involves the collection or analysis of both quantitative and qualitative data in a single study. Mind it, in a one study, both methods is used, not one after another study, which the data are collected concurrently or sequentially, concurrently or sequentially, one after another or together parallelly, are given a priority and involve the integration of data at one or more stages in the process of research. So it is in blend in the process of research itself. It is not two separate things coming one after another or in a different manner. So this two thing definition is very clear about two things. First is combining the qualitative and quantitative research method, and second, to provide the more comprehensive understanding. We will discuss later in the other slide why we are taking the mixed method. So it is very clear the definition that comprehensive understanding its gift, which is more or better than either of single methods. Coming to the question why, the most of the time we will have a rational, we can say okay, why we should taking the mixed method rather than the taking a qualitative and quantitative method. So many, I have no idea about the participant, again and again I'm telling. So I'm little hesitant to address and refer the examples. Otherwise, I prefer to bring example from my own experience and in very common life so that people can understand. Anyway, so the answer could be that provides a more compatible picture of research problem, complete picture, sorry, of the research problem, which was already emphasized in last slide also, and reaching the parts other methods cannot reach. Means again the same point is coming, either of the quantitative or qualitative alone cannot reach out which mixed method can do. So this is two rationales there which we can refer before taking or considering the mixed method research. This is given by this particular scholar. And here another thing is that many times we feel that if we combine two methods, our research or our findings will be more meaningful or more better, or it will be considered more weighted, or maybe it will publish good because this design is something different or something more time consuming, etc. But truth is something different. Good research doesn't mean that just simply combining two methods will make it a good research. So adding the second method to a study does not necessarily make it good science, as I have said. Need a strong rationale. This is also has come up before. I'm just summarizing here. The rigorous in collection of data and both quantitative and qualitative data will make it a good research. Again and again, I'm telling, rigorous in collection, analysis, and again presentation, combining the both methods, integrating the finding from the qualitative and quantitative data. Apply standards that are appropriate to each method. Each method has own set of norms and methods. So we have to be very careful when we are doing about the quantitative data and taking the quantitative data and qualitative data. And each thing should be separately taken care of, and there are the separate norms for the mixing it. Right. So these things will together make the research more meaningful and this thing. Again, few points I would like to discuss about the mixed method approach itself. Here, one thing again, I would be trying to emphasize that there are various word used, but there are slight differences. I personally feel like mixed method approaches, then mixed method research, mixed method design, that mixed method data. So there are slight differences on this. So we have to understand those differences. So mixed method approach as such is a bigger thing which includes everything in that. So researchers to be use a diversity of the method, combining inductive and deductive thinking, and balancing the limitation of exclusively quantitative and qualitative research through a complementary approach, not the contradictory, that maximize the strength of each data type and facilitate a more comprehensive understanding of health issue or potential resolution of it. Not only health issue, there are so many other issues can be researched and taken care of by this method. Just for the example, I'm working in health, so you will find more examples and words from the health sector. So to produce a robust description and interpretation of data, make quantitative result more understandable, or understand broader applicability of the small sample quantitative finding. These are the mixed method approach allow us rather than the single one method. Now, when we are talking about or trying integration of the data which is collected from the both approach, this would be the key point. So this refer to a way which qualitative and quantitative research activities are brought together and achieve greater insight into the problem or research questions. Mixed method is not simply having a quantitative and qualitative data available or analyze and presenting data findings separately. The integration process can occur during the data collection, analysis, and presentation. Like many times I have emphasized this. Yeah, here I will give a little pause if anybody has to tell anything till this point. In a digital mode, sometimes I feel blunt because I have no idea whether it is going to other person or not, because there is no interaction. So that's why it's very, very important to check and interact with the audience. Hello? Hello, I'm audible? Hello?
Aguji, no questions, no questions. If anybody wants, you can ask.
Yeah, please, sir, encourage me in between because I feel that nothing is happening. One time it's happened, I finished my presentation, then later realized no, the Zoom was not working. So that is the
No, you are audible.
yeah.
It is going well, and
Once
I
there
am
is any
also
difficulty,
listening.
we will ping.
Going very well. Yeah.
Second question from the organization: how much time I have, because it is already delayed. So accordingly, I will tune my further presentations.
Actually, I would request to cut it short, but I won't limit it in words. It is up to you.
15 minutes.
I would be thankful.
Okay. So I think I have to take the permission of chair also, sir. Please consider the circumstances. If something is not very clear and understandable, please point out. I will try to do something for that. Thank you. I'm again restarting with it. So again, importance of the mixed method, again, we have to take from the whatever I have presented till this slide. So 4 point is emerging. The comprehensive analysis is there, triangulation of data, that is mixing, blending each other, the data from the qualitative and quantitative, then enhancing the validity from one data or one method, whatever we got, and from another method, what we got, we can validate each other or sometimes one validating other, like that. And flexibility of data collection is there, like in one single method, we have no option. Whatever interview method, schedule, or whatever tools we have considered once, that will be very limited. Most of the time with the closed questions, and there was no scope for the participant to add on something. But in the mixed method, it is enough scope is there. So flexible data collection. These are the 4 advantages in the most of the research literature pointed out with the mixed method research. Then when it should be mixed method should be considered. So there is the 3 scenarios I find in my review when I was preparing the slide, when we should consider the mixed method. Just to remember this quick point, otherwise all the points have been already emphasized here and there. So complex research question, when we find that a question or a issue or topic or the solution we are finding for something is very complex in nature, which is very difficult to capture with the quantitative or qualitative, either one method or any one or two tools. So in that case, it should be considered need for a different perspective, like qualitative perspective and quantitative perspective, and validation of result through a different method, which is already there in the last question. And we all know in a both method, the research design will have a similar component, like research purpose is there or research question, relationship of researcher to the research, then sampling is done in both method, data collection is also done, and data analysis was also done. But we have to take care of the both perspective, the quantitative and qualitative separately. So some few more things should be considered in the mixed method. It is a costly design rather than the quick quantitative method. And even though a small qualitative method, if we mixed method means it will take a longer time as well, like cost and time both is more there. And also we need a training and expertise in both quantitative and qualitative method. Otherwise the purpose won't get solved. There will be nothing new. And after a lot of cost and time, we will realize we didn't get anything extra or more or better. So these three things also we have to keep in mind. So as is what discussed few slide, I will escape it. So now coming to the type, broadly, if we see the literature or research book, three kind of mixed method designs are generally talked about in the book. There is a possibility there are some more, but the main three things I have picked up from the book: sequential explanatory research, when we have to explain some phenomenon, some problem, the cause effect behind something. So in that case, it is sequential, means one after another a method was considered. That sequential exploratory design, when something is not explored or less explored and data and the literature is less available, or even if it is available, but particular aspect or some aspect of that thing is not very clear to us, then exploratory sequential design is the right design. And concurrent and triangulation design is there, when both mix qualitative, quantitative is done in a triangular manner and parallelly, and the data collection is combined during the analysis and the result preparation. So these are the very familiar graph you will find in the books. So which is the same thing there. Convergent parallel design is there when quantitative and qualitative data is collected, compared, related, or interpreted. So in that manner, one is there. Then explanatory sequential is there. Like name itself is giving an idea that it is sequence, one after another. And exploratory, this is also same thing. Only difference is that the quantitative method data collection is first in the explanatory research, whereas the exploratory research qualitative is the first. Otherwise, both are the same. So we have to take care of this. This is the three things. In my entire presentation is emphasized with the practical example of these three things. There will be no new things. So those who are very well versed and well known of this, they might feel it is a repetition and lengthy presentation. But as I said, it was intended to very basic and beginner and new professional. So I try to make them understand in a different example. That is the same. So some trial I will do it. If it is existing the time and anything, you please stop me there itself. So the first one, like qualitative method is there first, then quantitative method is there, then result is there. So here, what is the happening in this method? Result from one method used to help or develop or inform the other method to increase the validity of the construct, right? So yeah, here I have taken a very lengthy example, which is time won't permit, I think. In a pregnant woman, there was a research which collected, and the quantitative method find a certain percentage of women finally they terminated their pregnancy, and certain people retained. But it is not, that quantitative method is not giving a picture why they have done so, what are the reason, what are the factors behind that. So there was a qualitative method was approached and data were I'm not reading out all this. So in that method, in a thematic analysis, you will find there is a 6 themes have emerged. So why they have done so behind the region also, which was not there in the first method. And like that, it is 6 final outcome of this research was 6 item or 6 dimensional. One tool was prepared, which is giving a better picture of this particular issue, right? So what happened in that? To understand quickly, there is a 3 point in this research. It is there in reference. If somebody wants, I can share it. So you can go through the entire research and get it, understand how it is done. Each method carries in a different but a complementary function. Results from one method are used to elaborate or illustrate or clarify the result of the other method to increase the meaningfulness, interpretability, or validity of the one method. So it is one method is complementing the other method, right? Here is the 3 possibilities are there. So again, I'm escaping it. So here qualitative is there, quantitative is there, and there are some slight difference. Here again, same thing is there in the example mode. I have taken that. So in a B, the first one quantitative was first. In the B possibility, the qualitative is here first. Then parallelly in the downside, quantitative is there. So this kind of possibility is there. Like in the C, it is a different. Both thing is done in 2 side, side by side, and result was prepared. So these 3 possibility is there in the first kind of method of mixed method research, right? And again, I have taken a different kind of examples from the different published research, which is not possible to discuss. So here, one example, I will not read out, but I will share quickly. Like BDI, people from the medical and psychiatry background, or maybe some is a very common thing, other also may understand. Like BDI, we know the Big Depression Inventory 2 is intended to assess the depression in a particular population. It was validated in school-going population and psychiatric population, right? But this tool was administered in a HIV positive people, those people living with the HIV. And there it was administered. As it is know that it is a fixed tool, so it was a quantitative data. And after the collection of result, the researchers realized that most of the people are saying they are depressed, but attributing the depression to something else, or it is not understandable because the affect and other clinical observations is not correlating with the BDI score. This is very frequent. We can see in the psychiatric setting. We experience that sometimes the tool scores and the clinical assessment don't collaborate. I mean, it is different. So what is there after the analysis in a particular manner, they realize that the BDI, the attribution is because the kind of question is asked. It says that past 2 weeks, how you were, how you were feeling. But before, after this thing, the research population correlated with their idea of before getting infected, but before getting positive and after positive. They were not correlated with the 2 weeks time. That is why the difference was used, and everything seems like a deteriorated or low. So the score coming high, right? So these kind of issues we very frequently we can see in our practical world when we are taking the data for the quantitative methodology. So the qualitative method would be the nurses or the social worker or somebody went and they personally interviewed the people living with HIV and they find that this is the problem. So sometimes the tools we are adopting from different setting to different setting, and if it is not adopted in a very conscious manner, it may mislead to the picture. So we have to, before adopting, we have to be very clear that that particular population will understand the context whenever it is questioned and inquired about. So same thing, I have taken a research for the osteoporosis, the heart disease where the pain is the main thing and the data is collected. Anyway, I am skipping it. Now come to the sequential method. Here the initial was the not sequence, that was a different. So sequential method may what is there? One after another it is collected, then result was prepared. Here sequential means two possibilities there, same thing. Qualitative, one is qualitative first, one is qualitative first. Right? And the you can see here some method is used more than one time, like qualitative, then quantitative, then again quantitative, then the result is prepared. So if we feel that qualitative method is giving some kind of data and some aspect, then it is complemented by the quantitative method, then again realize no, something is missing or some aspect has to be again reassessed by qualitative method after getting the result. Then the third was taken, or maybe before analyzing we can decide like we'll take 3 times, maybe after time frame or after this thing something will change and we can analyze the research. So this is the third possibility in sequential method and the result is prepared. Then concurrent research design is there. Here one and one together it is collected the data. There are same thing is there. One is qualitative first, quantitative first. One is qualitative first, quantitative first. Like that, this is the 3 possibility which graph which was shown in my initial presentation is the possibility. Before I conclude again, I would like to check if anybody has to add anything or was anything was not very clear, then we can discuss before concluding my presentation. Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Kamlesh.
Sir, anything was missing or anything any person would like to add here?
Kamlesh ji, your presentation was very comprehensive. The concurrent, sequential, as well as waiting also. Later also you covered waiting. So if we have more time, you would have decided, you would have given overview of the different classification, no, including theory and all. So much Creswell is giving. So this is very very comprehensive, and for beginners, no, this is sufficient. After going through all these stages, only we can go to the next stage, still more complex mixed method designs. This is sufficient. Sequential waiting, these things are sufficient at this level.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. As I said, I just took the research and I try to explain the methodology practically because as it was designed.
One question has come. Please elaborate triangulation of data.
Triangulation is mixing of data, like one after another. That is what is called in the triangulation method. So both way we are taking a data in a left side quantitative, right side qualitative, and we are mixing the result. That is what is called triangulation. Triangulation, the very simple meaning is mixing of data or integrating the finding from the quantitative and qualitative method.
Actually, one more thing, triangulation, comparing the results from different sources, different sites, integration that way, integration only.
Yeah, that's true. In the sense of analysis that will come up. Like triangulation can happen during the collection, during the analysis, and even in these two phases we are not triangulating, but in the phase of presentation or making a result or tabulation, the triangulation is done. So there are different stages,
Yes,
different type of triangulation. Yeah, so if there is no question, I would like to summarize in few points. Like strong rationale of integrating method, research question drives the integration, ensure rigorous in collection and analysis of both type of data, can be time consuming and costly affair in compare with the either one method alone we are using, require expertise in both methodology, qualitative as well as the quantitative method, has potential to strengthen the knowledge claims, like we claims that this result is giving this. So it has better potential than single method approach and promotes consumer involvement. We can take it the word clients or patient here, and can facilitate knowledge translation in a better manner, more understandable manner. Here I will end my presentation. Thank you once again for joining me and giving this opportunity. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Kamlesh. Am I audible adequately?
Yeah.
Audible. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Kamlesh, and it's for presenting such an insightful, very eloquent manner you have presented, and wish it could be longer. It could longer because it is so enjoyable, and slides are also very good, and a lot of things I could learn from your presentation. Yes, indeed. If you see the history of science, social science particularly, and where we are in, the genesis, basic thing of our understanding, our theoretical tenets that lies on qualitative analysis, qualitative data, qualitative quest, qualitative endeavor, whatsoever it may be. You see, if you see the history of diagnostic criteria, nosology, and all those things, if you see great men like Eugene Bleuler and Emil Kraepelin and Carl Jasper, Kurt Snyder, all good software, big shots. They used basic tenets of qualitative methodology, and somehow they rejected even few of them, particularly rightly I can say a few names like existentialism, pioneers of existentialism, humanism. They rejected the scientific, mainstream scientific idea of positivism. That if you seek, if you very much particular in trying everything through the prism of scientific positivism, it is not possible. In case, particularly in case of social science and mental health and behavioral science, you'll have to give importance to individuality, individual space, subjectivity, and a lot of elements like idiosyncratism are there, subjective elements are there, unique things, unidimensionality, those things are all there. So qualitative method and vis-a-vis quantitative method, there should be a compatibility between these two apparently opposing kind of approach. But at the same time, both these things, particularly in our field, medical and psychiatric social work, practice-based social work, we need to employ both, either of these two elements, to these two approaches. But question is that competence, at the same time, what thing you pick up, you should pick up, how much you should pick up, and when to stop, when to, there should be a very good understanding between these two halves of research. Otherwise, that would lead us to a complete disarranged disgruntled position. So that is the thing. And at the same time, in dealing with human subjects and human affairs, human issues, we cannot reject the importance of qualitative approaches. So for our students, our trainees, our professionals, our practitioners, we need to be very much eloquent to it, very much familiar with qualitative methodology. At the same time, the logic, how to use, when to use, what to use, and what not to use. So those things, all those things should be given adequate importance. And I think at the end, bottom line means that both these two things are complementary to each other. Thank you once again. It's a very enjoyable presentation. Nice.
Thank you, sir.
I would ask Professor Kanakrajan, sir, is there any more questions so that we can go ahead with this topic, or with your remark, sir?
Sir, no question, sir. But it was an excellent session. Particularly chairperson's comments, the depth of expertise of our friend Dr. Sagu, really enlightening, because, I am very much interested in this mixed method, basically trained in econometrics and quantitative methods. After coming to Mizoram, we have explored a lot of things in mixing. So really refreshing, enlightening, very happy. And this is the way that social work has to progress. Social work will progress only through these kind of things, not only talking, not doing anything. So that is what I see. Thank you very much for the chairperson, for the resource person, and for Bhupendra also for locating such a wonderful resource person and chairperson. Thank you. We can go to the next.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for the chairperson, speaker, and president, sir, for your wonderful words. So now we are moving for our next session, that is the pre-paper session of number 10. So all the presentees for this session are requested to just raise their hand. All the people, those who are in the panel list, they can just leave the link and rejoin, then they will be in the queue, or if they want, they can be there, remain in the background in the panel list itself. You have to accept my invitation to be promoted as panelist, not to reject it. Okay, I am just checking on the presentees. Chimli Kalita. Ma'am, are you here? Chimli Kalita. If you are here, please raise your hand so that I may be able to add you. Then Jerome Isaac, yes, I can see you are here. Bakka Ashok Kumar. Okay, thank you. Prasanjit Paul. Prasanjit Paul is Prasanjit Paul. Ravi sir, I'm looking for you also, not visible with your name. Can you please help me to identify? Okay, thank you, sir. Shimlia Kalita ji, you have to accept, say okay to be promoted as panelist. If you deny it, then you would not promoted and your slide cannot be presented from your end. Okay, so moving to the next, we have with us two chairpersons for this session. First is our own Dr. Ravi Kisan Jha sir, who is being associated from long back with Ispsw and a consultant in psychiatric social work at Ibhas, New Delhi. And he was chairing few of the session in the last day as well. Another chairperson for the today's this session is Dr. Anup C. Chuliol. Sir is a scientist P in the ICSMR Pondicherry Center. Sir has in his credits Masters in Social Work, MSc in Psychology, and PhD as well. So this session have total 6 proposed papers. Now over to both the chairpersons. With your permission, I can call the names of the presentees one by one or whatever you feel. Over to both the chairpersons, Ravi sir and Anup sir.
Yes, please go ahead from my side. And Anup sir,
Dr. Anup,
yes.
Please go ahead with the I'm ready here.
Hello, Dr. Anup, can I see you?
Hello,
he is visible,
nice
sir.
to meet you.
Please switch on. Okay. Hello.
Welcome, Anup.
Okay, so with the permission of chairpersons, may I call first presentee of this session is, yes sir, Kanagraj sir.
Welcome. Go ahead. And
First,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good
first
morning.
presentee of this session is Chemili Kalita. So madam, please start your presentation.
Good morning to all the panel members and all the participants in the session. So I have done my graduation in Bachelor's of Social Work in Nerim Group of Institution under Dibrugarh University, Assam. So I have conducted a research on youth spirituality, youth resilience and its relation to spirituality.
Are you sharing your screen?
Yes, sir, yes.
Actually, it's not visible yet, so I asked.
What happened? Any technical glitches?
I can't able to share my screen actually.
Okay. So just check it out. Otherwise, let us know so that at least we can allow for verbal presentation.
Okay, sir. Sir, wait.
Bhupendra, sir, you are muted.
Thank you, sir. So, Chimli, you just find out the way to handle it. Meanwhile, I would like to request Jerome Isaac to come forward for presentation. Unveiling Youth Perspective on Gender Equality, a mixed method study.
Hi,
Jerome Isaac.
hi, wonderful. Good morning to everyone. I hope my voice is clear. My audio is audio.
Yes,
I'm audible,
yes,
right?
very much loud and clear.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I'm going to share my presentation just then. So a warm and pleasant morning to all. So I'm Jerome Isaac, assistant professor, the Department of Social Work from BVM College, Kottayam. It is in Kerala. So I've done my MSW from Central University of Rajasthan, and I have done my bachelor's in Kerala itself. I have done my PG diploma from SMAC University of Hyderabad. So this is all from myself. So I'm going to my presentation. So today I'm going to deal with the unveiling youth perspective on gender equality. So my aim was to study the expectation and attitudes of youth for the individuals to the opposite sex within the youth itself. The first objective was to study the attitude towards the gender equality. The second objective was how this expectation can influence their relationship and social interaction, and what are the factors contributing for this expectation and attitude. And the next is what is the role of gender stereotypes in shaping this expectation and attitude. This is my objectives. And so according to the youth in Ministry of Statistical Programming and Implementation, the youth is the largest populated youth country is India. And just a minute. Okay, so like this, by understanding the youth perspective interacting to the opposite sex, we can understand the gender bias and stereotypes. And this study I have done in Kerala. I choose Kerala because Kerala is one of the largest youth populated state in our country. And when we look into the thing, Kerala, like in Kerala, there are a lot of gender neutral schemes like gender neutral uniform and everything. So after these all gender neutral schemes like Kudumashri and everything, what is the implementation and how this how this have what affect how this have affected in the expectation and implementation, and this knowledge can support the sustainable development goals 5 and 10. And this has some the significance of the study is to explore the contemporary general perspective, challenging the gender stereotypes, promoting sustainable development goals, enhancement of student well-being and meaningful relationship, and inform social educations. These are my some studies I'm going to skip because we have limited time. So I'm going to skip the review literatures. So after all this review literature, I understand that there's a limited study on this attitude and expectation on gender equality. And when we look into the theoretical framework also, every studies just understand the general psychological perspective only. And also only some studies have done in a method in mixed method, or almost either it is done in qualitative or qualitative method. So and lack of up-to-date data is also there. I have used two theoretical framework. One is the theories, which is social learning theories of Albert Bandura, and next one is social self-efficiency theories of Alberto Bandura itself. So for this, I have three dependent variable: gender stereotype in family, gender stereotype in society, and gender stereotype in education, which can put reflection into the relationship dynamics, general perspective, and contribution to SDG and informing social educations. And coming to my research methodology, my research methodology is first research questions. I need to know how this gender equality within peer groups can and the factors which is influencing to their perception. And I need to know the expectation regarding the relationship interaction within the same groups. Mainly, I have to understand how this gender stereotypes issues can contribute to the shaping this attitude and expectation, and what is the current traditional gender roles that can impact in developing this attitudes and expectation. and where some positive role models of the opposite sex can influence and balance this expectation among the relationship among the youth. These are my questions, and I have included college students in my studies. They can be UG, PG, or PhD, and the age should be 18 to 29. Both male and female can be the participants. I have excluded married individuals because I have to study their the interpersonal relationship. And next is incomplete response. I have excluded. Non-heterosexual orientation I have excluded, and cognitive communication impairment individuals, those who have, I have excluded them too. And I have taken a mixed method of study and convergent parallel designs. And the universal study was 18 to 29 in college going students in Kerala, and area of data collection was Pala, Kottayam. And the method I have used for this qualitative is semi-structured questionnaire, and quantitative is questionnaire method. And the stages I have used for the tools was FGD for qualitative, and the structured questionnaire for quantitative method. And the questionnaire was developed by me itself, a self-made questionnaire. It was gender stereotype scale, and it was I have taken from different standardized questionnaire, and it has 30 items, and the first 7 items was taken the gender stereotype in family. Next 8 to 17 questions were dealing with gender stereotype in society, and the last 18 to 30 questions were dealing with gender stereotype in education. My total sample size was for qualitative is 36. 6 FGD I have conducted with 5 to 7 members using convening sampling, and for 139 samples in quantitative method for random sampling. I have used this inferential and descriptive statistics for this, and I have used man-Whitney test, Kruskal-Wallis test, and Kendall-Tabu correlation test also for understanding to prove the hypothesis and all. From this, my major findings are: there is an influence in gender stereotypes. When we look into gender stereotypes, the findings says that this attitude and expectation, this gender stereotypes shapes the youth for this expectation and attitude towards the opposite sex, and the media and peer pressure, peer influence is also there, because 65% response agree that media represents influence their views, and emotional connections, both qualitative and quantitative data emphasize the significant emotional connections in the relationship. When you come to the changing relationship dynamics, the shift to the traditional relation dynamics, the participants expressing more desire to more egalitarian relationship. And when they come into personal experience study, the role of personal experience in shaping individuals' expectation and attitudes towards opposite individuals also there. I have got this findings from the qualitative study. And when we come into the education influence, the quantitative data shows that postgraduate students are more progressive in gender roles comparing to the undergraduate students. Yeah, so there's an influence in education also in framing the gender stereotypes. And coming to the cultural factors, the qualitative data indicates that cultural beliefs and norms impact the students in choosing the opportunities and romantic partners. Still, in Kerala also, even though this is this many progressive parents are there in this generation also, still they're sticking on the cultural factors and everything towards them, because still one of them told me that if they are late, one of the girl told me that if his brother is late to come home, the parents are okay with that. But if she is coming late to the home, the parents are not okay with that, and the society is also not with that. So the attitude towards gender stereotype society is also same thing. 32% of respondents and the students are telling that that men are better political leader. They are disagreeing with the men are political leaders than women. So they are progressive. The students are progressive. But when you coming to the education, how the society privileges the education, we can understand 43% of students say that strongly agreed that it is difficult for the girls to achieve education aspirants than boys. So still that exists. and impact of gender stereotype in career choices. Qualitative data highlights that gender stereotypes influence the career choices, even though we have this much progressive people over here. Still, in the career choice also, they are lacking. The women are lacking in career choice also still here. And perception on equal opportunity in education, qualitative data shows and mixed equal educational opportunities. Here, both girls and boys have equal opportunities to study and learn together. And for building a healthier relationship, they are facing
Sir,
challenges because
please conclude.
I'm concluding, sir. Concluding. Only this page is running. So, and in household course also, qualitative data says that the traditional views of gender and in the description of society, we can understand that 40.3% response strongly agreed that women are suffering in social discrimination till now here also. In academic performance also, the students are facing academic performance challenges due to this. So, coming to my conclusion, gender stereotypes significantly shape attitudes and expectation towards the opposite sex in individuals. Media and peer pressure would influence in this shaping, and the shifting towards more egalitarian relationship dynamics grow an emotional connection. And higher education correlates with more progressive views on gender roles, while cultural beliefs more romantic choices and opportunities. Challenges persist in this achieving gender equality in career choices and academic performance and so in social roles. I conclude by saying that by addressing these factors, by addressing these challenges, by addressing these things, we can contribute to the global efforts achieving SDG 5 and SDG 10, because this gender equality and reduce inequalities can create more an equitable society for all. So by this, I conclude. Thank you. These are my reference. I wish to explain more, but the thing is, but
You are mute, sir.
regarding this, you are free to. Please.
So Isaac has finished.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Dr. Bhupendra, can we know that how many papers are going to be presented so we can plan for
Sir,
question answer?
expected 6. One
Oh.
I am not able to see, so at least 5.
5. So, what Dr. Anup says, should we allow question answers now, or we should keep it for the end of the session?
If we have enough time, maybe we can entertain it right now, because as the
Okay.
participants are fresh from hearing the PPTs, if we have enough time, only if we have time.
Okay.
Actually, in
So
the chat box, there is no question for now.
it's open for discussion. Any of the attendees or have any doubt or has anything to contribute, they can raise hand or they can put it in chat box.
No, sir. I think
Okay.
the chairpersons can comment and then you can allow next to present.
I think so, sir. Maybe we'll make our comments now, and at the end of the presentation, if there are any questions, they can all put it in the chat box.
Okay, it's good.
So I have a few observations. Jerome, if you can turn on your camera.
Of course. Just a minute.
Jerome, thank you for your presentation. It is definitely a very interesting topic, and I see that you are from BVM. I also am an alumni of that college, from BVM College. Happy to see you.
Happy, sir.
See, I have a few observations that your presentation was really good. I have a few observations that might help you in the future.
Thank you, sir.
One is with your scale. See, you told that you developed a scale adopting from other scales. In that case, you need to validate your. In that case, you need to validate your scale, because nowhere in the presentation I saw that you have mentioned about construct validity anywhere. You haven't mentioned about the reliability of the scale.
Sorry.
So whenever you are using a psychometric scale, you have to validate it. That is very important for precise psychometric evaluation. So since you said that it's a scale, I am not discouraging you, but for your future reference, I am mentioning this.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, the presentation was really good. And when it comes to sample size again, you mentioned that your sample size was around 139 and you are using a random sampling method. So since you are sampling from an entire area, the randomization strategy needs to be mentioned again. That's for your only for your reference, I'm saying. Plus sample size when it comes to representative sample, your sample size is 139. It's a huge population you are drawing from. So I think your sample size might be a little bit inadequate. Usually, if you refer to Morgan staple, somewhere around 384, 400 would have been your sample size. So these are not discouraging comments. I'm saying this only so that you can improve your presentations in the future. Otherwise, the presentation is dealing with a very good topic. All the best. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I have validated I have done reliability test also. Through alpha test, I have done the test, but I was not able to tell that. Sorry for that. Anyhow, thank you, sir, for the suggestion. I'll improve from the next time. Thank you.
So, thank you, Dr. Anup, and thank you, Isaac, for a nice presentation. Though you needed some more time, but we also have a certain time limit. So it cannot be permitted. You have to take care of all these factors in future also, whether you are presenting or publishing. So can we move on to next presenter?
So thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, please.
I'll leave. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, we communicated all the presenters. They will get 8 minutes of time.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I think Jerome didn't consider that advice. That makes him bit longer. Anyway, sorry, cannot even hear any more comments. But your presentation was good. Slides were very good. You just stop your presentation so that next can start his presentation.
Sure, sir. Thank you. I'm leaving. Thank
you. Okay.
Okay. So, ma'am, are you okay now? Chimli?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, but your screen is still not visible to us. So just share your screen and go ahead.
Sir, can I able to speak without sharing my screen? Because I can't able to share my screen due to some technical
Okay, do
problem.
one thing. You just share your slides with me. I'll try to make someone to show your, share your slides. Meanwhile, I would like to request next presentee with the permission to chairs.
Yes. Yes, Chimli.
Okay. Bakka Ashok Kumar, please come forward and start presenting. Chimli, meanwhile, you just send your PPT to me. I'll try to depute someone who will present on your behalf.
Okay, sir.
Yes, can you see, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. I'll stick to time. I will start my stopwatch as well. Okay. Good morning, everybody. So here I'm presenting my some part of my PhD thesis. It's more to do with a pilot study. So well-being of youth being in being trained in competitive sports. Myself is Ashok Kumar, and the other three were my supervisors. We was in Department of Psychiatry Social Work, MAX. So order of my presentation goes. So if you see, youth are the people, those who are more transition phase, and where many of the things will be happening between the UNDP. WHO also is defined 15 to 24 years are considered as a youth. And if you see youth population when it comes to biopsychosocial development perspectives, so many of neurological things will be happening in the brain and other concerns. And when it comes to psychological things, they will expose to psychological and emotional things and will be strengthened in this age. And when it comes to significant changes will be happening when it comes to social actions, social aspects when they start going for a +2 or UG levels. So if you see mental health and youth population, nearly half of the common mental disorders will be happening or affected the youth before 18 years. It also includes mental disorders, and 53% of mental disorders are not detected and untreated as well. So if you see when it comes to sports, elite sports persons or people those who are into competitive, they have taken primary priority or a career as a sports. So this youth also is part of taking sports. If you see a lot of attention happen worldwide, there are many of professionals come forward to talk about their mental health when the COVID is coming, or it can be from 1 decade. So if you see person, individual or common individual, if he wanted to participate in a sports occasionally or twice, thrice in a week, so there are a lot of positives. It can be emotional regulations or conflict regulations, or self-esteem will improve, overall well-being, life satisfaction, other forms of the things. It includes social connectedness and school or college level connectedness. But if the same person wanted to take competition or competitive sports as a career, and things will be along with the positives, and there will be other multidimensional issues as well. When it comes to physical or body related things, you can see concussions, overtraining, muscle dysmorphia, injuries. And when it comes to mental health and mental disorders, where you have a more of common depression, anxiety, substance related self-harm behaviors, or eating or body image, ADHD, we frequently reported in research. When it comes to psychological things also there, and then social issues also, being away from home, and poor help seeking behaviors, performance failure, or dual roles will be performing. Again, if you see after their retirement, there are many other things. If this youth, if they're still in education, and common youth issues also already there. But if you see these slides also talks about what happened in COVID for athletes. I'm not going to list it out. And when I've adapted theoretical background of karma, it talks about more of Martin Seligman's positive psychology, talks about positive emotions, engagement, relationship, meaningful, and accomplishments. There are risk factors. There are many people study risk factors, positive impacts of sports participation, but less studies talks about overall well-being in a youth population. So it talks about research question is well-being status among the youth in competitive sports. So I would like to see what is the well-being status, and also to assess their social demographic profile as well. So what I've adapted is a quantitative method, where the 14 districts of senior sports hostels. When I say senior, is more to do with +2 and the UG, and it is associated with the Karnataka government, Ministry of Youth Empowerment and Sports. And I have taken my pilot 1 districts, where I have collected nearly 22 people, census method, and I have adapted. These are my inclusion exclusion criteria. And then social demographic data sheet I have developed consists of personal, family, sports profile, as well as in a social profile. Then PERMA profiler, it's a 23 items scale that I've got permission from author, 23 items, and then I've translated to Kannada. Again, it was already used in India in various studies. So descriptive analysis performed, and later to find out normality. Then I wanted to do a crosstab to find out social demographic with a scale. And these are the social demographic details. So if you see age range, nearly 15 to 17 are nearly 63%. Gender are nearly 68% of people are gender. And then marital status, those who are already 100% of people are SSLC. Now they are currently in PUC 1. It's called as a pre-university course, 1 or 2. And there are 4 people who have crossed their PUC. Now they are in the UG. Specialization, nearly 81% of people says they are belongs to art specialization. Academic percentage, we wanted to see nearly 40% of people belongs to above 70%. Then people, those who are reported about type of family, nuclear family, nearly 73%. Family members are average 4 people. And then father's education is nearly 5% people are age. Sorry, educational qualification is, parents' educational qualification is 8 to 10 or 5 people, and then they're more to do with nearly 67% of fathers are more to do with 69% of fathers are farmer and agriculture related works. Mother education is nearly up to 7th standard. Again, homemakers are 78%. Type of residence is own, they are living in a home. So if you see family profile, family participation of sorts previously, so it was nearly 72% of people are not participated. Family members to the same people when I see, they are mostly in out of 6, there are 4 people, 6 belongs to athletics. Family highest level of the what they participated is up to state level, and these are the 400 meters and other 5,000 and 1,000 meters. And as a sports category, if you see, nearly 13 people are athletic and basically running, and then category individual outdoor, and they were previously from 3 years onwards, they were in nearly 12 youths were in sports training. And previously, if you see more to do with the previous competitions, they were already participated, and they were up to 4 to 5 competitions they are given within the previous years, and nearly 72% they won competitions. Highest level of winning is went up to state level, they won, and highest level of participation, they have participated up to state and they won it. And their upcoming competition is state level, again 86%. Their competition is in less than 3 months. It's up to 21 people. Reasons to take up sports, they have said nearly 78% people, 77% of people says passion as well as individual interest. Whose decision to take up, it's more to do with the equals father decision as well as self decision. So district religions are 100% Hindu people, and these are the states, and the state also 100%. So I performed this descriptive statistics to perform to find out averages of a scale. It says about mean and median low and else. I performed Shapiro-Wilks to find out normality. The score is this. It's a following normality distribution. Then I did my crosstab to find out social demographics with score. These are the mean was this, and there is no significance of any. We don't find any significant. We didn't find any cross difference in the age range of this 15 to 17 or 18 to 21. Even in gender also, even though these people are 15 and 17, but we did not find any much difference or a statistical significance. Even when it comes to educational qualification of PUC or 10th, and we did not find much statistical significance. And when it comes to specialization also, I performed this independent sample t-test. It also says that there is no statistical difference. When it comes to type of family as well, when it comes to family history of competitive as well, we did not find any statistical, but there are slight in mean ranges. I performed ANOVA, one way of ANOVA, where I wanted to take a more of see various groups, academic percentage, and here also we did not find any statistical differences. And when it comes to family members as well, and the years of competitions as well, and then even when it comes to reasons for taking up also, we did not find any competitive sports. I have taken 1 more minute. And other categories, because it's a response only less than 2. So I've taken only what is meeting, what are the responses are giving more than 2 responses. Over to you, Chairperson.
Hello, Dr. Ashok. Thank you for your presentation. So, I think the topic is very relevant. Did you think about the sample size? I mean, in the methodology, I see that there are only 22 samples.
Yes, sir. Actually, my PhD thesis.
And
go ahead, sir.
Please carry on.
Sir, my whole thesis sample size was nearly approximately 600. I'm selected census survey. Which are the sports, adult sports hostels are available in Karnataka? As at the time of my protocol presentation, it was 898, and we wanted to take based on availability on particular day, inclusion exclusion criteria, and people those who go, okay to give a consent. We wanted to take a 600, and from out of 24 districts, we wanted to take 1 center. and see for pilot to change how much time consuming, how much is understanding level, is there any changes can be made after my pilot. So these are the results from my pilot. Other tools also there.
All right,
but
I
I'm
understand. So I hope that when you're doing your final thesis, you will be able to do your study with a better sample size, because using 22 samples might be one of the reasons that you don't have any significance, because there is not enough evidence for
Yes,
some
sir.
samples. Plus, maybe because of that, I suggest you work on that. Otherwise, it's a very good topic, and you are well versed with all these statistical techniques, and it's good that you have even checked for normality. But usually, when sample size is this low, people usually go with non-parametric tests. But you have used all parametric test here. Anyway,
Yes,
I
sir.
hope you will fix it during your final PhD study. Thank you for your presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So here also we don't have any apart from my co-chair, Dr. Anoop.
No query,
who-
question, comments are in
no query
inbox.
question. But
Wonderful presentation.
wonderful presentation and wonderful promotion by Dr. Anoop also. Appreciation as well. Okay. So now we can move, I think, for I think you are sharing the screen of for Chimli.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Mhm. Is it, may I know, is it Chimli or Simli?
Chimli, sir. Chimli.
Okay, okay, fine. Thank you. So now please go ahead.
Sir, during my last semester in graduation course, I have conducted a study on youth's resilience and its relation to spirituality.
Good, very good. Go
Very
ahead.
good.
So, sir, youths are the future generation of one nation. So, India has the highest youth population in the worldwide. Youths are the biggest strength of India. So, they are the greatest agent of change in a society. They have so many dreams, aspirations, energy, but there are many challenges too. We live in a busy world where youth somewhere stuck in today's society. So the trainee as a student social worker wanted to study about youths regarding their lifestyle and quality of life, which need resilience and a sense of spirituality in modern era where resilience and spirituality are decreasing. The trainee want to discover these two elements among youths, which can drive them into ultimate success and happiness. So in introduction part, resilience refers to the ability to adapt positively in the stressful situation. Basically, it's a ability to overcome any difficult situation, any diverse situation. And spiritually often indicates a sense of connection to something greater than oneself, whether through personal belief system or religious practices. So spirituality basically refers connecting to something that is greater than oneself, to connecting to the universe, to connecting to some source of energy where they can find themselves, they can find peace in their life. So youth face more challenges due to the academic pressure, high increasing number of competition in everywhere, and complex societal norms. So nowadays youth are facing several challenges due to in academic settings also, social media sites also they are facing some problems. So these qualities, resilience and spirituality, is very important for today's youths. So aims of the study was to access the level of resilience and its relation to spirituality. So my ultimate aim was to measure the level of resilience and its connection to spirituality. So objectives to access the socio-demographic details of the respondents. Basically where they belong, what is their educational qualification, marital status, and domicile community. These are some socio-demographic details. To determine the level of resilience of the respondents and to access the spiritual practices of the respondents. What kind of spiritual practices they perform in their daily life. These all are some objectives in my study. So in my study, I have faced some research gap also. First research gap was cultural biasness. So most of the existing research is based on Western population, and it potentially leading to cultural bias. There is a paucity of studies examining the relationship between spirituality and resilience in non-Western or culturally diverse settings. And the second one is mechanism of influence. So many studies demonstrate a correlation between spirituality and resilience, but the underlying mechanism through which spirituality influences resilience are not well understood. So this is one of research gaps in my studies. Third one is diverse youth population. So there is a limited research on specific subgroups of youths, such as those from different socio-economic background, LGBTQ plus or youth with disabilities, in relation to spirituality and resilience. So the next part in methodology. So I have used convergent parallel research design, basically mixed method, qualitative and quantitative. And population of the study was youth ages between 15 to 25 years. My sample design was purposive sampling. Tools of data collection for quantitative method, I use socio-demographic data sheet and the 14-item resilience scale. And qualitative research, for qualitative research, I use thematic study and research guide. So in my study, the major findings was majority of the respondents exhibit high resilience. That was 66.7%, and very high resilience, and 3.3% respondents showed average level of resilience respectively. And some other findings are 80% of the respondents are females, while 20% males. 80% completed bachelor degree, 70% respondents are students, 90% are Hindus. Spirituality, daily practices, impact, holistic well-being, cultural relevance, practicality are some themes are developed during thematic study. Basically, in thematic study, I have developed some themes which are spirituality, daily practices, impact, holistic, basically the impact of spirituality in their lives, what kind of daily practices they perform in daily life, holistic well-being, how spirituality, sense of spirituality impact their holistic well-being of today's youths, cultural relevance, practicality. Is there any practicality of spirituality in their psychosocial life? These are some themes are developed during thematic study. So the next conclusion. Resilience and spirituality are two terms which has a huge impact on youth psychosocial life and can change their life in a positive way. Research has identified that youths are now more resilient and practicing spiritual activity.
Change the slide, Dr. Bhupendra. Yes, you continue, Simdi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So research has identified that Youths are now more resilient and practicing spiritual activities to develop their lifestyles in present and future as well. So during my study, social work training, got to know about many aspects related to youth's lives during conducting this study. Resilience and spirituality, these are two terms which has a huge impact on youth psychosocial life. So the studies identified that nowadays youths are more resilient and practicing some kind of spiritual activities like meditation, yoga, mindfulness activities, attention focused programs, so that they can practice resilience, so that they can overcome their difficult situation which they face in their homely situation, academic situation, social life. But sometimes excessive involvement in spirituality and become too much resilient, uh, it can also hamper their daily usual work also, uh, and pleasure of youth's life. So youth must be capable enough to distinguish the bad and good effect of being resilient and spiritual person. So that is all about my presentation, sir.
So again, there are no questions or queries. So it's open for discussion. Chimli has made a very good effort. It is the task she had undertaken at her graduation level itself. She needs to carry it forward for a better understanding of whether there are differences and include some other factors like age, gender, and all those. Also, if there are differences. So I don't know what are you doing as of now, Simli?
Sir, I'm applying for my master degree course in various universities. The result has not come yet, sir.
Okay. So I would only say that you carry for with this idea uh, in your future endeavors as well, hai na? And try to include other factors. So various socio-demographic factors or the like even educational background or I mean, so many things you can consider and refrain from though it is very matlab, I am it's only for further improvement. I am just telling that, like you said, it is nowadays youth are very much resilient. So, but in your presentation, you have not compared with any other data. So nowadays, if that word would have not been told, it would have you have been more communicative of the mindset of current uh, uh, youth population. So
yes, sir.
That is all from my part. So you take care in future and carry with this topic only. I would suggest. Dr. Anu.
Yes, sir.
Doctor.
Chimli, congratulations on your own level. So it's very interesting that someone new to academics is trying to present something very interesting. Interesting aspects associated with the topic. I hope you will learn more research methodology in the future. I'm not making adverse comments because if you are making adverse comments, you will be very discouraged. Otherwise, the presentation is really good. I congratulate you for all your efforts. When you are presenting, read your PPTs once again because I could see that there were, couple of spelling mistakes here and there. That we can definitely avoid the next time you're presenting. And when it comes to methodology, you need to learn a lot of research methodology. I'm sure you will learn it in the future. Thank you for your effort.
Thank you, sir.
So any other comment, or only chairpersons and moderator has to comment on all the presentations?
No, I don't want to comment, but I want to clap for her.
Okay,
Despite
that's nice. Yes,
in graduation and finishing the graduation,
that's
she
yes.
planned a research and presented on a platform. So really, I want to.
Yes.
Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So Chimli, good luck to you in for all your future endeavors. So if there are no other queries or comments, we can move forward to another presentation.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Mr. Prasonjit, I'm trying to promote you as panelist, but again, you are declining, so that I am just putting you on hold. And the next, Rebecca, please come forward. I can see you, but you are not allowing me to promote you. I'm promoting you and you are refusing it. So you are not getting entered in the panelist. Rebecca, please go ahead.
Yes.
If it is okay, just tell me your surname. Means to tell us.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. As mentioned, I am Rebecca LP. Currently, I'm pursuing a PhD, which means I am a research scholar under the supervisor of Professor Kanagaraj in Mizoram University, under Mizoram University. So, can I share my slide now? Share.
Go ahead.
Mm. Mhm. Is wait my
Yes, Rebecca, are you showing the slides at your own with your own gadget or with someone else help you are
Yes,
taking?
I'm sharing with my phone. Is it
Okay.
visible?
No, it's not visible. That's why I was asking.
Rebecca, go to the share, select the
Yes.
screen, and after selecting a screen, you will find all the options. Click on your PPT. It will be visible to you and to us as well.
Share.
Between chat and
Yes.
Share,
Share screen.
then choose screen.
Yes.
Okay, then you may be able to see the screen and all. Select a screen and go back to your mobile. Just whatever you will see, we can see. They would be able to see the same, your screen.
Yes. Is it coming?
No, not yet.
Go ahead with presentation. No.
Okay, sir. PowerPoint, PowerPoint. Share.
Screen.
Screen. Start recording. Zoom.
you start. Otherwise, you send me the PPT by email. I will download and share screen here.
Okay, sir.
Okay, I
Sir,
request to
sir,
chairpersons
is
to
it
give the
okay? I
chance
will
to
send to Bhupendra and I can.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
chairpersons, please allow the next speaker.
Okay, we can wait for
Prasonji.
Rebecca. Okay. We can wait for Rebecca. In the meanwhile, you can call the next speaker.
Prasonji.
Yes, sir. Audible, sir?
Prasonji, please use one device at one place.
Okay.
Go ahead with your presentation.
Yes.
Slides are visible, but you are not audible. Probably you forgot to unmute yourself. At least one need to be unmute. Don't mute both the devices. Prasanjit, unmute yourself.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Now I be audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes.
And slides.
First of all, I introduce myself. I am Prasenjit Pal, a research scholar of Ispsw University, a final year research scholar. And my actual research topic is related to correctional home. And I also here present a related topic on correctional home. And my topic is influence of education as a welfare service on prisoners, a study on correctional home in West Bengal. This is the overview of presentation here. I showing you first introduction, then problem statement, then definition, key terms, and then review of literature, research objective, research methodology, data analysis, finding, suggestion, and conclusion. In introduction part, I want to say that a prison institution is an institution where some antisocial pupils are being kept for punishment and for their rehabilitations. But we all know that like a normal pupil, prisoners are also have need to get food, clothing, and shelter for their daily livelihood. But prisoners in the correctional home, they get very few welfare facilities, like their nutrition, their food are limited, their clothing, their and other welfare facilities. And in the welfare facilities, the prison authorities are also provide education as a welfare services to the prisoners, which help them to engage them in any educational courses activities, which help the prisoners also to make their help that to change the prisoners behavior, and also the prison authorities help to make them rehabilitation and send back them to the normal society. The problem of this study is in the correctional home, there are many prisoners are detained by the authorities for their any illegal activity done before, and they have to go on for punishment, and they have to get rehabilitation and sent back to the society. The prison welfare facilities have playing a vital role for increase a good and healthy relationship between prison staff and prisoners in correctional home. As we all know that all the welfare facilities they make many impact on the prisoners. So that a good welfare facilities make impact on prisoners that they are well-being, they are living very good, and somehow they are changing their attitude, and they want in future to live as a normal social people. A good welfare measures influences on prisoners mental health also, which help prisoners to change their to change their behavior, and make them to change from rude behavior to calm and polite behavior. In this topic on influence of education as a welfare service on prisoners, here a researcher has studied this topic and make many review of literature, but did not find any article or any much studies on the educational service of prisoners. In the next slide, here are a few key terms are defined. Prisoners are those who are being detained in prison for punishment of any unlawful activities. Punishment here are defined, correctional home defined, and welfare key are defined here. In the review of literature, the researcher has covered these two topics to identify the objective of this research study. Researcher has covered prisoners' welfare and prison security, and prison system and prison administration. Here, these two topics, researcher has thoroughly review his literature from various theses and various other sources, and try to find out the actual problem of this study. Here a few review literature I have shown here, but I'm
Sorry
not
to
going
interrupt, Prasanjit. You have finished your 8 minutes.
Okay, sir. This is the research objective. Research objective
We
is
can give him 1 minute something just to complete.
Up to the chairperson, I just updated.
Yes, it's fine. So try to finish in time, Prasenjit.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. The research objective is to explore satisfaction of prisoners on getting education service and its effect on them.
You come to results and conclusion.
Sorry, sir.
Results and conclusion, whatever you.
Okay. Researcher has selected the correctional home in West Bengal, Asansol sub correctional home, where he collect data on prisoners, about 23 inmates, and get data about related to educational facilities, and after data analysis it is find that 83% prisoners are satisfied on getting their welfare facilities, and this satisfaction make impact on the prisoners and make on the prisoners and help them to change their behavior, and make also help the prison authorities to rehabilitate and send back to the normal societies. Here are these findings. 83% prisoners are satisfied on getting educational service, and 70% prisoners are not satisfied as they are not interested on the course the authority offered. Few suggestions are: prison institutions should have focused on providing more educational facilities to the prisoners. Prison authority may increase the courses offered to the prisoners. There should have proper education equipment for taking education and others. And last, the conclusion is Lastly, you can say that every person can get education at any time. Education help to change the behavior of prisoners and give focus on the good habitual work. This study may also help the government to make new policy about prison welfare for betterment of their prisoners. Thank you.
So, thank you, Prasenjit.
Thank you, sir.
Any question, comment?
Nothing, sir. Maybe we can move to the next presenter.
Okay. So my co-chair has permitted. Please call the next one. Rebecca, I think she was not able to present.
Rebecca, are you ready now?
Yes, I'm ready. I have shared the PPT.
To
Through
whom?
WhatsApp.
To me?
Yes.
Okay. Our next chairpersons for the next session are here. Welcome, Dr. Sudha and Lokesh Ranjan. Just we are about to finish, and I will
Okay. Is there any issue, Dr. Bhupendra? That
No, sir.
oh.
Okay, as I have already introduced myself, now I will be introducing the topic. My topic is power structure, social capital, and rural community development in Donglei district. So, today's paper seeks to examine the power dynamics in rural communities and the impact of social capital on community development in Mizoram. Next slide, please. In Mizoram, as there is insufficient literature or studies on community leadership, power structure, and this networking studies in the Northeast context, especially in Mizoram region. So the research is conducted on two rural development RD blocks in Lunglei district, Mizoram, and it uses both qualitative and quantitative primary data. The quantitative data was gathered through pre-tested structure interview schedule and delay schedule, where the qualitative data was obtained from the pre-informed interviews. Community leaders were identified using a combination of positional, reputational, and decision-making methods, and for accessing community development. was accessed based on the perceptions of community leaders. So moving on to the results and discussions, in Mizoram rural communities, all the community in all of the study conducted villages, the community leaders constitute mostly of male in genders, and while there are only female leaders as a community leaders. And also in terms of educational status, this the rural community leaders studies up to the standard of class 5 to 8. And also since Mizoram is a land of Lusai, all the majority of the community leaders are from Lusai sub-tribe. And also like the other rural areas, Mizoram also in terms of occupation, agriculture is the primary occupation. And as Mizoram population is constituted of this Christianity in religion, the organization, the community-based organization are mostly from a church organization. And next, please, next slide. In terms to access to physical and social infrastructure development, let's look to the physical infrastructure. The Mizoram rural communities mostly have access to bank and cell phone tower, and also as their main occupation is agriculture, they have this vegetable market. And also in terms of social infrastructure, the Mizoram rural communities attained the school educational institutions, still high school in their villages, and in all their villages, and above high school they used to attain from other the nearby towns or cities. And also healthcare, in terms of healthcare, they have access to sub-centers, Asha booth, and like the civil or the private hospitals, they used to access it from the nearby towns or cities. And also, in terms of these social network measures, we have found a positive correlation between community participation and cooperation. And also positive correlation is found between community participation and cooperation, and while negative correlation is found between community participation and cooperation. And also, for the conclusion, we can say that this study shed lights on the leadership and power dynamics in rural communities and emphasizes the intricate relationship between this social capital and community development. And it can be concluded the patterns of leadership and power distribution in Mizoram's rural areas were consistent across all villages, which is characterized by male dominance and decentralized authority. And there was no notable connection between the social capital within the community power structure and community development. That is all for my presentation. Thank you.
So, again, Rebecca has presented for the power structures of one northeast district she was talking about, and the various correlates. The paper is open for discussion or comments or query.
Congratulations, Rebecca, for a really good presentation. And you are very blessed to have a guide who is very much very much of an expert in social network analysis. I myself learned social network analysis using UCNet from Kanagaraj Ishwaran when I went for a conference in Hong Kong. So I know that he is an expert in social network analysis and all these centrality, degree centrality measures. And using the input that I got from him during that conference, I published a paper in Aging International with Springer. So we are very blessed. You are very blessed to have a guide who is an expert in this domain. The paper is really good. I don't have any negative comments on it. The idea is also really good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Over to you, Bhupendra, sir.
Thank you, sir. So we have our last presenter for this session is Dr. Aditi Nath.
Okay.
She would be introducing something artificial intelligence in social work. So integration of artificial intelligence in social work for mitigating disaster risk. Seems interesting. Dr. Aditi Nath.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
It is.
Okay. Good afternoon to our respected chairperson, moderator of the session, and respected Kanakara sir, and my very dear audience present here. I am Dr. Aditi Nath, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, Assam University, Silchar. I'll put forth my own understanding on the topic, integration of artificial intelligence in social work for mitigating disaster risk. So the very objective of designing this paper was to understand the relevance of AI in social work and how AI technology can be used for disaster risk reduction. All of us, we know that social work focus on improving the qualities social work focuses on enhancing the quality of life of individuals, groups, and communities. And it broadly addresses socio-economic and environmental challenges. So far, environmental challenges is concerned, disaster, it automatically comes to our mind, which pose a serious threat to our society. And in response to that situation, most of the time, we, the social workers, we do employ different techniques like improving resilience of the community or empowering the community. And most importantly, we do indulge ourselves in recovery and relief service as relief service provider before, during, and after any catastrophe. So under that circumstances, can we ponder over, or can we think of introducing AI technology to make our efforts more effective and more scientific? And I will not go through this artificial intelligence. All of us, we are quite aware about it, but certainly I would like to draw your attention the fields in which AI these days are used. These are healthcare, finance, retail, education, marketing and sales, telecommunication, and so many fields, even in education, including education. Then why can't we think of introducing AI in social science, and that too specifically in social work? So if I talk about the relevance of AI in social work, since it is not our discipline, AI computer professionals, I'm also not expert into this field, but I was wondering, can we introduce, and therefore I have gone through a few literatures, and since two of my brothers are from the same.
Dr.
Yes.
Aditi, your slides are not changing. We are still in the first slide.
But I changed from my end, it is changing, sir. It is okay now?
No, ma'am, I guess sometimes PowerPoint, you can just exit the presentation mode and just click on the slide that you want to display.
Yeah,
Sometimes it happens.
Is it okay?
It's being shown now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay now. Okay now.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible now.
Okay,
But
okay.
don't put it in presentation mode. It is not in presentation mode yet. For us, you are on slide that is with the title conceptualizing now, but it is not in presentation mode. I suggest you don't go to presentation mode. Just click on the slide that you want to display.
Is it okay? This mode is okay.
Yes, yes, your
Okay.
slides are moving. You are on the slide number 4, ma'am.
Yes, that's what I was wondering. Anyway, this in social work, definitely, we may think of using AI in terms of analyzing our data. Definitely, we are collecting different data and client histories. There we can definitely use AI and predictive analysis. When I'm talking about disaster, where predictive or making prediction well in advance is very, very important. And with the social workers, we are actively engaged with the community and we are working for the people, and each and every individual matters to us. Therefore, keeping their well-being in our mind, we should adopt at the earliest some predictive mechanism through which we can make early prediction just to safeguard the interest of our own people. So personalized intervention, many of the universities I know, they have introduced AI just to make sentiment analysis of their client. What we do manually, undoubtedly, we will be interacting, we will use different techniques like observation and all, but yet we can take the help of AI tool to make the sentiment analysis, and most importantly, we can use it in casework. Research and policy development, it may significantly help where now we are sending our PhD scholars, even sometimes if I personally take any study for any article publication and all, hardly I take 100 samples of that statistically after verifying this. And the PhD scholars, they go for 200 or 300 max to max. But based on that, we are drawing some conclusion. Yet in that case also, if we do use AI technology, large number of population can be covered, and their solid data and that to real-time data we will have with us. And this will significantly improve the quality of research. And while making any policy document, this will definitely help to us. Crisis response and disaster, I'm focusing again on disaster. Crisis response, it happens, as I said in my first slide, that we are indulging ourselves for providing relief material and some sort of counseling services. We are organizing health checkup camps, programs, and all those. But what kind of actual problem or what kind of actual support services they do need, we don't have adequate information about it. But always with the social workers during any flood, I will show these slides, we are with our relief materials. So in that case, if we introduce AI well in advance, we will be able to assess the risk. We will be able to coordinate with different organizations well in advance. This is the every year, this Silchar, every year we are facing this flood. In 2022, these are the losses that we, in just within few photos, there are 1,000 photos, vulnerable situation also we can present, but few I'm citing here. And this is the way we are trying. This is 20th June, again in 2024. Our people are underwater. Even in this 2022, my locality where I stay, it was underwater. By the grace of God, since I'm staying in the apartment, somehow I could save myself. But when I think about these people, this AI automatically comes in my mind, and every day and night I think, how can we introduce this? So it is the latest photo of 2024, 20th June, when I was, say, with my student, when I was in the field. So this is how we are trying to render our support services to the people only in the form of relief services. And this is how they are staying in the water. And this is not far away from the Silchar city. It is urban slum, just 2 kilometers away from my home. And somehow the students are going to schools. This man is trying to maintain their livelihood somehow. So disaster management authorities, undoubtedly, they are adopting different mechanisms, and maybe this is their mechanism or traditional approaches underlying the very importance of introducing AI in social work. See, they are still dependent on manual data analysis. And just before flood or just before any disaster, be it earthquake or landslide, just before they start working on it. And though different other meteorological department these days, they are introducing AI. So here, instead of going with manual data, can we have this technology-driven data so as to save our time and to reach to the vulnerable areas or flood-driven areas before time? Again, this will important, since they are using traditional approaches, they are for predictive mechanisms. They do lack since we are closely working with District Disaster Management Authority of Kutch. Resource allocation, as I said, in 2022 flood, even 2024, when this locality, my locality, people were underwater, crossing my area, people were supposed to visit Silchar. They used to enter Silchar main city. So what happened in the social media, people used to spread messages like that Malugram area is most vulnerable area. So living people, Shivalik Park here, where I'm staying, people are moving towards that east side of the city. People, they don't have adequate information, just they are going with the flow, the information that they are having. Just that east side is suffering people. So all the relief materials, resources, that resource allocation challenges, whatever NGOs, all the NGOs, social work departments, we were also into the field, but we
Dr.
were
Aditi,
moving.
sorry
Yes.
to jump in, but
Yes, yeah. So, so this may help us in ensuring that genuine people, genuine public are getting resources. Communication and coordination I highlighted before, and risk assessment and early warning. Definitely, this is very important. If we use AI technology, then predictive analysis model we will have. We can well in advance instead of going for traditional. Undoubtedly, indigenous knowledge for prediction of disaster we may count here. Undoubtedly, that too can be tested with the AI technologies, and we can make early warning mechanisms accordingly. Here it is recovery and rehabilitation. We do provide relief services, but we hardly ponder about rehabilitation services because we don't have adequate information about the vulnerable population, that who has what kind of skill and capabilities, whom can be channelized later on. So with the AI, we can have put a full information about the community and skill identification so as to ensure their livelihood later on. So this is my observation that addressing this limitation through the integration of AI technologies in social work will certainly help in ensuring real-time data, then predictive analysis, and then definitely it will help us to overcome challenges occurred by disaster. These are few examples that already they have used. Kerala AI-powered flood prediction system, they have adopted AI, and this has greatly impacted in identifying or making timely warning, evacuation resident, deplete resources, and minimize damage well in advance. Then these are the cyclone prediction tracking meteorological department they have introduced, and this has definitely enhanced the prediction accuracy. Disaster response chatbot they have used, and during COVID also we have seen My Government AI. This chatbot helps dissemination of critical information beforehand. landslides and this last we have all of us we have witnessed this landslide, and severely it is affecting all section of population. So if we introduce this may help us too. Most importantly, post-disaster damage assessment, this will help us. And these examples, I think, demonstrate how India is harnessing AI technologies to enhance disaster preparedness, response capabilities, and resilience, ultimately reducing the impact of disaster on communities and infrastructure. Thus, I personally believe that integrating AI into social work for disaster risk mitigation would significantly contribute to the discipline. Definitely, I would seek opinion and suggestion from my elders and experienced in this field. Thank you very much. And this is the book already I have consulted, and already we have with us Artificial Intelligence and Social Work, edited by this. Thank you very much. May I stop sharing screen?
Yeah.
Please.
Thank you. Sorry, I have taken maybe a minute extra.
So any comment from the chairpersons, as there is no query question at all?
But I'm looking for a few suggestions so that I can improve my the study or the thinking.
Aditi, I must suggest that you would have proposed it in the form of symposia rather to in free paper.
Okay.
You have a lot of material and lot of things to say. So for coming conference, I must suggest you that go with the symposia, or at least maybe for workshop at all. Okay, chairpersons, over to you.
Yes, Dr. Anup.
Presentation, Dr. Aditi. The idea is very novel and it's very interesting as well. Very innovative and novel idea. Maybe in the next 5-10 years, some schools or social work in India will come up with some sort of maybe intervention that is with disaster. We have predictive models by different disaster management that are predictive of the disasters that could potentially happen. But as of now, we have any social work department that are actually integrating AI for any disaster-related activities in praxis. So maybe in the next 5-10 years, we'll see. As Dr. Singh suggested, maybe we should have in a workshop or a symposium rather than a presentation, because this is something we should be moving forward with social work. And I was attending a conference that was going very
So I couldn't. Okay, sir, I couldn't follow you as the voice was breaking. Maybe technical issues from my end. Anyway, thank you very much for your input.
Ravi sir.
Thank you. Over to you.
Very innovative idea that Dr. Aditi has come out with the integration of newest technology in the field of social work, particularly the social welfare administration or resource mobilization. So I must congratulate you, and I agree with Dr. Bhupendra that it should have presented in a larger modality like symposia as he has suggested, so that people actually take home messages, the very practical and the pragmatic aspects of it. So with that, I must congratulate again Dr. Aditi for coming with this idea. Thank you all. Dr. Kanagraj sir, if he has any comment.
Okay, as we are running behind
Okay.
the schedule for
Yes,
45
of
minutes,
course.
I'll just take opportunity to thank both the chairpersons. Thank you, Ravi sir, for being with us and chairing this epic session. Thank you, Dr. Anup, for sparing your time and being with us. Thank you, all the presentees, for your presentations. Now, all the presentees, they can leave the session and rejoin so that they would be in the attendee list, and that people, those who have to present in the next session, they may be in the panelist list. Thank you, Ravi sir. Thank you, Dr. Anup.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving to the next session. So our next session is, thank you, Dr. Anup. I thought that we lost connection with you. Okay, so moving to the next session. Our next session is on social work practice. Theme for the session is social work practice. We have 5 presentations in the session. And for this session, we have 2 experts with us. First is Ms. Sudha Chaudhary. She is a consultant psychiatric social worker at Department of Psychiatry in Institute of Mental Health, Pandit B.D. Sharma University of Health Sciences, Rohtak. She has a very vast experience, almost, I think, 2 decades or more than that, to working in the different segments of social work and psychiatric social work. Another chairperson for the today's session is Dr. Lokesh Kumar Ranjan. Sir is working as the head of the department in the Department of Psychiatric Social Work as Simhans. Please don't ask the full form to me. If you want, you can ask to the sir itself. I many times try to recall the full form, but I always forgot it. Anyway, so welcome both the chairpersons to the session. If you want, please on your cameras, both the chairpersons, please. Then we have 5 presentations in this session. May I request all the presentees, if they are not in the panelist list, raise your hand so that I can promote you in the panel list. If you are in the panel, then it is okay. Okay. So over to you, chairpersons. No, LP, you are in the panel list. I am talking about the attendees list. LP, okay. You have 2 IDs. One is in the panelist list. Dr. Sudha, you are in mute. If you are instructing something, please unmute. Yes,
Hello,
yes,
good
please.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
May I know
We lo-
the names of presentees?
Yes, yes. It is a bit difficult to pronunciate, but I'll try from my end. First one is Mercy Lene Kim. Second one is Chandu Rambhau Patil. Third is Mitchell Varun Mavia. Fourth is Vanlal.
Okay.
Sorry
Okay.
if
Okay.
I'm pronunciating wrong.
Okay,
And the fourth
Bhupenji.
one is P. Manika Jyoti.
Okay, Bhupenji. With permission of my co-chairperson, should we start the session?
Lokesh sir, are you here? Yes, he is here.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay, so we can go with the first presentation, that is Mercy. All the presenters, please help me to pronunciate properly your name before you start your presentation. Mercy, you are not audible to us. Your slides are visible, I think you are still in mute condition. So please unmute yourself and then start.
Am I audible,
And
sir?
yes, now you are audible.
Okay. Can I start the presentation?
Yes, please.
Mhm.
And Mercy and all presentees are requested to stick to the time. You have only 8 minutes to finish your presentation. Don't go beyond. Otherwise, I will start disturbing you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, let me first introduce myself. My name is Mercy Halmekim, currently doing my PhD in Department of Social Work, Mizoram University. The topic of my paper would be Impact of Social Support in the Well-being of Persons with Locomotor Disabilities. As we can see, according to the 2011 census, 2.68 crore people in India have disabilities, and this is 2.21% of the total population. Locomotor disability, which affect movement and mobility, accounts for 44.70% of all disabilities. These impairments affect mobility and hinder their full participation in the society. Mental health issues like depression and anxiety are common, affecting the quality of life. Access to healthcare, education, and employment can be very challenging for them. So social support plays a crucial role in improving their quality of life. Social support, according to different research conducted, can significantly improve the mental health and well-being of persons with disabilities. It increases self-esteem, fosters community, and reduces loneliness and isolation. Social support agents like primary that we receive from our family, secondary that we receive from school, peers, religious institutions, community-based organizations, and NGOs. Tertiary that support we receive from local councils, village councils, and government. And next is the review of literature. Here I have 11 reviews which collectively describe the impact of social support on persons with disabilities. These 11 reviews highlight the importance of social support in enhancing the self-esteem and overall well-being regardless of their physical and ability status. They also highlight the need for a multidisciplinary approach to address mental health issues and reduce social stigma, addressing the challenges and disparities in accessing support. They collectively underscore the importance of social support in enhancing the lives of persons with disabilities. Next, we have the methodology, and here the study has adopted qualitative method. Both primary and secondary sources have been taken to collect data. The primary sources includes the respondents, and the secondary sources are taken from government records and literature. In-depth interviews are used as a tool to form case study, and for the area of the study, Chultanpur district, Manipur is chosen. The type of disability in this study is locomotor disability. And here I have 7 case studies in which the persons with disabilities, they demonstrate their life, their resilience, their adaptability, their acceptance, education, employment, and talents despite their physical limitations. And next we have the analysis of the case. The 7 case studies shows that persons with locomotor disabilities face challenges like lack of awareness about their disabilities, delay in medical care, financial problems. Their disabilities can also make daily activities and community engagement harder, leading to dropping out of school, loneliness, stress, depression, and anxiety. The feeling of being excluded can also deeply affect their mental health and well-being, making them think that they are useless and are a burden for others. The social support received from family, friends, and community is important to help them adapt their disability, understand their limits, and maintain a positive outlook. the transformative power of social support in enhancing the persons with locomotor disabilities to achieve their goal is evident in the case study. We can conclude by saying that persons with locomotor disability face numerous challenges leading to feelings of inferiority and social exclusion. To address these issues, a multifaceted approach is needed, including enhancing accessibility, promoting inclusive policies, and developing social support networks. Raising awareness and challenging stereotypes can also contribute to a more inclusive society. By enhancing accessibility, promoting inclusive policies, and developing social support network, persons with disabilities, especially for this persons with locomotor disabilities, they can overcome their daily challenges, contributing to a more inclusive and supportive society. Thank you.
Mercy, it was a good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello. But the only thing is, can we generalize these on the basis of these findings?
Yeah.
Because you have presented the cases of only, I think, 11 participants. There
Oh,
may be
seven case studies, ma'am. Seven.
there may be the impact of social support, vice versa also.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it was good presentation.
Yeah.
Over to you, Dr. Lokesh.
Hello. I think you can use a social support a scale also
Yes, sir.
and other thing to tools because of only in interview not clear about the which type of the lack of social support. So you can clear out the by social support and other scale. You can also use quality of life.
Yeah.
I think it's good, but you're not clear area of the social support. Otherwise, very good.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone?
There is no comment or question in the chat box, so
Yes, we can move on to other next participant.
yes, if it is allowed, then I would call next
Yes, sir.
Chandu Rambhau Patil. Dr. Patil, please go ahead with your presentation. Are you with us? Oh, I think he lost connection. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm adding in the panelist Michael Van Rompuy. Are you here with us?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, so yes, please go ahead. Then after your
Sure.
presentation, Dr. Chandu will present.
Sure. So, is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. My name is Michael Van Rompuy, and currently I'm pursuing my PhD under Professor Kanagaraj. So I'll be presenting on support challenges and strategies of dragon fruit cultivators in Aizawl District, Mizoram, which was a part of my MPhil. So here are the basic introduction, where dragon fruit is scientifically known as Heloceras undatus and
Michael, your
yes.
presentation mode is dual. Just make it single. We can see you small side and the bigger slide at the same time.
Okay. Just I think it's because I'm using this double monitors. So wait, let me try on one. Okay, is it single now?
No, same. Your next slide is also okay. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Here I'm a review of literatures. And so there have been gaps where government have done their work, but there have not been studies to depict the livelihood and also the living conditions, especially the challenges supports. So the study was taken out, was carried out, and quantitative study, it was conducted among the farmers, selected farmers. And here the statement of the problem states that the cultivation of dragon fruit is emerging. It's still in the emerging stage where it has not been a decade. And also it has a high market value previously, and now the rates have been going down since the finish of this study also. And my objective was also to assess all the role played by the government and the livelihood assets. And now I'll be concentrating on the challenges and the strategies and the support they have had. An explanatory design was used where multi-stage sampling was also used, where Aizawl Horticulture Division was selected, which is within the vicinity of Aizawl district. And 4 villages were selected, and randomly 40 households from these villages, all over these villages were selected. And primary data were also collected, and secondary data was collected. I've also taken the ethical consideration. And for opportunities and prospects, they have had trainings. They also own manual, and they also have government support. And lastly, I will stress on the challenges and coping strategies. So the government have given the financial support and supply of cutlings or seeds to the farmers, and training for cultivation process where they would send farmers outside the state and some even abroad for these training purposes. And they've also supplied equipments and irrigation facilities, and they would also lend them loan through schemes where they would have to repay with low interest. So the government support, as we can see here, as I've explained before, the systematic market is still missing here. So in the support, the market is their main issue. And here are the reasons. So it is mainly due because of high value for money, and since it's a good prospect because of government support and market, and also the intimidation from government. And since the government is also trying to introduce new things to the farmers, so that's one of the main reason. And the challenges. So in Mizoram, we still lack agro-based industries and lack of information on the market, and non-remunerative price. The price changes every now and then. As I've mentioned before, the price was high where we would get around 500 per kilos. Now it would cost 150, 180 to 200 nowadays. And when it's off season, the price will go up again. So complex survival of dragon fruit, since dragon fruit is an exotic plant, it needs very good care. And water supply, linkage of roads, and lack of capital are the problems they faced. They also agreed that they also lack government support and improper market linkage. And the harvest is low, and they are still lacking behind in technical know-how. And here is a table to show the findings. And also, from the samples that I've taken, these farmers, in order to cope with their issues, they would also have other crops like seasonal crops for sustenance, and also prepare their own organic manures, like from their uh, small chicken farms or their pig herdings. And they also would learn by themselves new techniques from other farmers and also their own friends, and they would prepare their waterways by themselves, and they would prepare their own tools. And some, as we might have seen, dragon fruit farms, they would need to have this water and the pole system, so they would just improvise in their own innovative way. And they would also prepare rainwater harvest tank, and also they would sell them, take them to the market and sell it by themselves. And they would mostly use pesticides to deal with the problems with the plants, and they would use fertilizers. They would depend mainly on rainwater, and they felt that they need to develop a supply chain, and they also need to develop a nursery for the new plants to come. And support from NGOs are reliable, but which is very less. And selling through the internet. Here in there are many internet platforms where they would sell, like through WhatsApp and Instagrams, and also from Facebook. So, and as we can see here, although they might have their own issues, they are trying their best and their innovative ways through the internet and other information media to cope with their own challenges, so that they would earn their livelihood without any break. So that is my presentation. Thank you.
Hello. What is your main aim? Hello.
Yeah. So
It was very surprising that a high number of people were not able to get the financial support from the government. Only a few people were getting it.
Yes.
So policy makers should try to implement the policies in the rural area
Yes.
as per your study.
Yes, that was the issue that was found out. And
That is the issue that is very much prominent throughout the country
yes,
for all type of cultivators. Otherwise, it was a good presentation and good study. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Lokesh.
thank you, ma'am.
What is your main aim?
So here, the main study was to find out the living conditions and the livelihood. And here I would stress upon their challenges, their opportunities, their coping strategies.
Okay. How to assess the coping strategy?
Whether or not the challenges have been
Self
met.
questionnaire scale. Sorry, self questionnaire. Otherwise, standard questionnaire.
It's an interview schedule.
Okay. Okay. Anyone? Any?
So if there is
Here,
no question from the audience,
yes, ma'am.
we can move on to next presentation.
We have Chandu Rambhau Patil now. Still get disconnected. Chandu Rambhau Patil, are you here, sir? I don't know. I think his network is very badly disturbed. Okay, so next in the same line. Again, forgive me if I'm pronouncing wrong.
हेलो
Yes,
हेलो
Dr. Patil, please
हाँ
go ahead.
हाँ ठीक 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 एक मिनट सर
Yes. I thought we lost connection again.
हाँ just a minute, sir. Okay.
भाऊ आपने आपका एब्स्ट्रैक्ट मराठी में सबमिट किया था और
हाँ
वो
हाँ
देख के मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा क्योंकि
हाँ
मैं
तो
और
उसे
प्रेसिडेंट सर हम लोग पहले से बात कर रहे थे कि हम लोग रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस को प्रमोट करेंगे
हाँ हाँ
एंड इट वाज रियली गुड। और अभी आप अगर मराठी में
और
बोलने वाले हैं तो आपको
नहीं नहीं
पैरेलली ट्रांसलेट करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि शायद मेरे दोनों चेयरपर्सन्स भी हिंदी स्पीकिंग हैं, मैं भी और
हाँ
ऑडियंस भी।
तो थोड़ा हिंदी में करना मेरा ये पेपर रखने का कारण ये था सर कि बहुत से मैं जहाँ तक पहले मैं अपना परिचय देता हूँ माझं नाव डॉक्टर चंदू पाटील मैं आठवले समाज कार्य महाविद्यालय भंडारा जो कि ये महाराष्ट्र में आता है और आपने मेरा जो पेपर एब्स्ट्रैक्ट सिलेक्ट किया इसके लिए मैं आप सभी का बहुत धन्यवाद व्यक्त करता हूँ क्योंकि जहाँ तक मैंने ऐसा सोचा भी नहीं था कि आप मेरे को ये अपॉर्चुनिटी देंगे और मेरे को बहुत ही यानी आनंद महसूस हुआ कि आपने मेरा पेपर महसूस किया और एक महाराष्ट्रियन यानी एक मराठी लैंग्वेज को यानी आपने अपने इस नेशनल इंटरनेशनल जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है इसमें हमको सहभाग कर लिया। आपका तो धन्यवाद व्यक्त करता ही हूँ। साथ में मेरा ये जो सब्जेक्ट रखने का जो एक रीजन था यहाँ तक मैं अभी तक जितने भी अच्छे अच्छे लोगों के रिसर्च पेपर देखता हूँ या डेजर्टेशन देखता हूँ तो इसमें देखता हूँ कि ये सैम्पलिंग साइज को अवॉइड करते यानी देखा जाए तो साइंटिफिक रिसर्च में सैंपल साइज कैसा निकालना चाहिए क्या निकालना इसके लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है लेकिन ज्यादातर 99% बोलो तो इसके तरफ इग्नोर करते हैं यानी जैसे इसमें अभी जो सैम्पलिंग मेथड में प्रोबेबल मेथड और नॉन प्रोबेबल मेथड इसका कब यूज करना चाहिए कौन से वक्त में प्रोबेबल यूज होता है कौन से में इसमें नॉन प्रोबेबल होता है ये जो सुपरवाइज गाइड है ना इनकी कंसेप्ट क्लियर नहीं उसके बाद में अपन जब पीएचडी सबमिशन करने के लिए जाते हैं तो वहाँ जो सेमिनार होता है वहाँ के भी लोगों की आइडिया क्लियर नहीं रहती वो बोलते ये गलत है इतना परसेंटेज होना यानी इसमें एक यूनिवर्स नहीं है जहाँ तक देखा जाए तो तो इस वजह से मैं ये कहना जो बोला इतनी बड़ी कॉन्फ्रेंस है और ये अगर मुद्दा रखते हैं तो इसमें ज्यादा अवेयरनेस होना और कोई भी रिसर्चर हो नए रिसर्चर्स हो उसमें कॉन्फिडेंस होना कि मैं जो ले रहा हूँ सैंपल साइज वो करेक्ट है और उसके पीछे रीजन से वो फुल्ली बोल सके कि नहीं ये मेरा बराबर है कोई बोलता परसेंटेज से ले कोई कैसे लेकिन इनको जब अपन पूछते कि इसके पीछे आप लिखित कुछ तो बताइए तो कोई बताने के लिए तैयार नहीं होता है वो तो मेरा उसी पे मैंने स्लाइड भी बनाई थी लेकिन ये शेयर नहीं हो रही है वो उसी वजह से थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है देखता हूँ एक तो जहां तक देखा जाए तो जैसे अपन कोई भी डाटा कलेक्ट करते तो सेंसस मेथड या फिर सैम्पलिंग मेथड। सेंसस मेथड में तो कुछ प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है। जि- जितना अपना संबंधित टोटल पॉपुलेशन वो लेते हैं तो उसमें सैंपल साइज का कुछ यही नहीं है। लेकिन जब सैम्पलिंग मेथड की बात करते हैं, स्मॉलर ग्रुप ऑफ दैट द स्टडीज observe is called their sample and the process of selecting the group is called sampling। तो इसकी जब बात करते हैं अपन तो इसमें प्रोबेबल सैम्पलिंग और नॉन प्रोबेबल, और नॉन प्रोबेबल में भी जहाँ तक प्रोबेबल सैम्पलिंग की जो बात करते हैं तो इसमें सिंपल रैंडम सैम्पलिंग, सिस्टमैटिक सैम्पलिंग और सिंपल रैंडम सैम्पलिंग में बात करते हैं तो लॉटरी मेथड, कार्ड और टिकट सिस्टम, ग्रिड मेथड, रेगुलर मार्किंग मेथड, इरेगुलर मार्किंग मेथड, कोटा सिलेक्शन और सिस्टमैटिक मेथड की सैम्पलिंग की बात करते हैं तो स्ट्रेटिफाइड रैंडम सैम्पलिंग, मल्टी नॉमिनल सैम्पलिंग और क्लस्टर सैम्पलिंग, मल्टी स्टेज सैम्पलिंग सिलेक्शन मेथड। और दूसरी बात नॉन प्रोबेबल की बात करते हैं तो कन्वीनियंट सैंपल सिलेक्शन, दूसरा सेल्फ सिलेक्टेड सैंपल, परपजिव सैंपल सिलेक्शन मेथड, स्नोबॉल चेन पैटर्न। तो ये सब जो मेथड्स है ये कैसे क्या यूज करना है क्या है, तो ज्यादातर रिसर्चर देखते हैं कि अपनी जैसे सुविधा के हिसाब से ही सैंपल साइज लेते हुए देख रहे हैं। लेकिन जहाँ तक अब जैसे देखो तो मेथोडोलॉजी फॉर सोशल वर्क रिसर्च, एलियन रूबिन एंड बेबी की किताब में तो इसमें बड़े डिस्क्रिप्शन दिया है कि अब सैंपल कितना होना चाहिए उसके। और दूसरी बात अपन ऑनलाइन अगर सर्च करते हैं तो कुर्जेकर टेबल है, मॉर्गन टेबल है, इसमें पॉपुलेशन अगेंस्ट कितना सैंपल साइज लेने का ये दिया हुआ है। ये सब रहने के बावजूद भी जो आज की स्थिति में जो गाइड बने हुए हैं तो इसके तरफ ध्यान नहीं दे रहे। तो इसमें कहीं तो भी ऐसे बड़े पैमाने में आप जैसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने ये टॉपिक लिया है। मैंने भी ये टॉपिक इसीलिए लिया कि आपके एक सेमिनार की इसमें वो दिखा मेरे को कि रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी, तो रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी पर ज्यादातर ये सैम्पलिंग साइट पे भी फोकस करना चाहिए और इसमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों में अवेयरनेस होना चाहिए। इस वजह से मैंने इस सेमिनार में भी भाग लेने का एक मेरा मेन उद्देश्य था। और दूसरी बात पेपर जो लिखा मैंने मराठी में जानबूझ के लिखा क्योंकि मेरे पास थोड़ा ये कैसा अभी सेशन चालू हो गया तो थोड़ा टाइम नहीं था। तो फिर बैठे बैठे एक मेरे दोस्त ने वक्त बैठा ये आज की लास्ट डेट है भर दो, तो जिससे मैंने ये सब कुछ किया है। ठीक है, थैंक यू सर।
इसीलिए ये हम लोग ये सब वर्कशॉप और ये सेमिनार होता है, ये ISPSW का इसीलिए सेमिनार होता है ताकि सारे मेथोडोलॉजी हो या उसका सैम्पलिंग हो, ये सारी चीजें क्लियर हो सके। ठीक है, ये आपका एक
नहीं
तरह से
नहीं,
बहुत बड़ा
आप ये जो आपके टॉपिक थे ना ये देख के मैंने यहाँ पे जैसे यार वो बहुत अच्छा लगा। और सबसे
ये
अच्छा ये कि आपने मैंने मराठी लिखने के बाद मेरे को ऐसा ये नहीं था। और मैं उस इसमें कल परसों के दिन वो मैसेज दिखा अपने भूपेंद्र सिंह जी का, फिर तब अरे बोला वो बहुत अच्छा
पर
लगा।
पर आप सजेशन है आपके लिए कि आप जब भी अगर कहीं प्रेजेंट करें तो
हाँ
सैम्पलिंग को लेके अगर जो बोल रहे हैं तो सैम्पलिंग मेथड पे कीजिए। मेथड में इसके कैलकुलेशन कैसे करेंगे, मतलब अगर कहीं सैंपल ले रहे हैं तो कितना सैंपल साइज हमको लेना चाहिए। मेथड तो ठीक है, मेथड तो सभी कोई ग्रेजुएशन से पढ़ते हैं, लेकिन हमें कैलकुलेट
नहीं,
कैसे करें।
पढ़ते पढ़ते बात सही है सर,
हाँ
लेकिन
हाँ,
हाँ
अप्लाई भी नहीं करते हैं, हाँ।
हाँ
लेकिन ये है कि जैसे अभी आपने बोला ना कि छोटा सैंपल लेते हैं, कोई बड़ा सैंपल लेते हैं, तो वो
हाँ
सैंपल कैसे सेलेक्ट करें, ये इंपॉर्टेंट होता
हाँ
है ना।
हाँ।
क्योंकि आप
तो
जनरलाइज करेंगे बड़े पॉपुलेशन को लेके अगर उस सैंपल में, तो इस चीज पे आप कुछ तैयार कर सकते हैं नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन वगैरह के लिए, तो
हाँ
इम्पोर्टेंट है।
हाँ हाँ हाँ, ये बात सही है। मेन बात तो मेरे को टाइम ही नहीं मिला, ये मैंने सोचा भी नहीं था क्योंकि ज्यादातर बड़े ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस होते हैं तो ये मराठी हो गया, हिंदी हो गया, इनको इग्नोर करते हैं। और लेकिन मैं जानना चाहता, मैं जान यानी ऐसा लगा कि अपन मराठी में लिखना है जिसमें अपन फ्लुएंटली उस पर बोल सकते हैं अगले दिन, तो इसलिए मैंने उसी इसमें लिखा।
ठीक है, ओके मैम।
नहीं, आपका सजेशन
सुधा
बहुत
मैम।
अच्छा है सर।
हाँ जी।
हाँ, उसका तो फॉलो अप करूंगा ही, उससे कुछ बर्बाद।
यस डॉक्टर पाटिल, ये आपने बहुत इंफॉर्मेटिव सजेशन दिया है सभी के लिए, फॉर ऑल द
थैंक यू मैडम।
रिसर्चर्स, एंड थैंक यू फॉर दैट.
थैंक यू मैडम।
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bhupender, can we move on to next participant?
Just I want to make a comment with the permission to both of you.
Oh, of course.
बिल्कुल सर।
डॉक्टर पाटिल, एक्चुअली आपका आइडिया जो था वो बहुत अच्छा था, लेकिन ये जगह जो थी वो बहुत कम थी आपके आइडिया को प्रेजेंट करने के लिए।
हाँ, नहीं, मैंने जब ये आपका जो टाइटल जो देखा था कॉन्फ्रेंस का, ये
मैं
बहुत और उसी टाइप का
मैं
आपका
वही पे आ रहा हूँ डॉक्टर
प्रोग्राम चल।
पाटिल।
हाँ बोलिए।
आप अगली अगली बार जब ऐसा आइडिया लेके आए जो ज्यादा टाइम लेने वाला है, तो उसको सिंपोजिया में प्रेजेंट करना है या वर्कशॉप में करना है, आप
ठीक है, ठीक है,
सोचिए। आपको
ठीक है।
ISPSW प्लेटफॉर्म देगा, मैं ये इंश्योर करता हूँ, आप प्लान कीजिए, हम ऑनलाइन
ठीक है,
प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड करेंगे, आप मराठी में वर्कशॉप कंडक्ट कीजिए या सिंपोजिया कंडक्ट कीजिए, हम आपके साथ हैं।
ठीक है। थैंक यू सर।
लैंग्वेज जैसा कुछ बाउंडेशन नहीं है हमारे साथ।
हाँ
आपका
हाँ,
प्रेजेंटेशन बहुत अच्छा था, थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू थैंक यू।
Okay, so we have two more presentations in the same session. Vanlal, please, the fourth number in the list, come forward and let me know your name. Are you with us?
Okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes,
How can?
can you hear me, sir?
Yes, please help me to pronunciate your
They
name.
call me LP Vanlal Ngaka. LP
Vanal
Vanlal Ngaka.
Vanal
Ngaka.
Ghaka. Okay, thank you so
Yes,
much,
sir.
Vanal
Yes, sir.
Ghaka. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. Sir, can it be seen? Okay. My name is LP Valanghaka, a PhD scholar from the Department of Social Work, Mizoram University. And my supervisor is Professor Kanagaraj Eswaram. And today we'll be having a presentation on the emergence of urban informal sector entrepreneurship in Mizoram. And this paper focuses on the factors contributing to the urban informal sector entrepreneurship in Mizoram. And free listing was conducted among 60 informal entrepreneurs in Aizawl City and Lunglei Town, where we select two area, and knowledgeable entrepreneurs were interviewed. And through the free listing exercise, we have identified 14 key contextual factors that contribute to the emergence of entrepreneurship in urban informal Mizoram. And here is the overview of literature. And it says that the informal sector is crucial for economic development as it generates employment, it encourages innovation, and drives economic growth. And entrepreneurship in developing countries is driven by opportunity of confidence, media influence, educational support, ICT infrastructure, and so on. Now, moving on to the methodology part, like I have said, free listing was conducted among 60 entrepreneurs operating informally from two areas, that is Aizawl City and Lunglei Town. And from both the area, 30 knowledgeable entrepreneurs were purposefully selected for interview. Here is the operationalization of Smith salience. For computation of that contextual factors that we have gathered through the free listing exercise, we use this Smith salience for computation. And now moving on to the demographic profile of the respondents, where we take gender, age, and educational qualification. And from the gender, we can know that there is a balanced representation of both genders in urban informal entrepreneurs. And age, it is categorized into 4. and the average age is 35 years. And among the categorization of the age group, 26 to 35 years contribute the highest with 45%, where we can see that the youth, the entrepreneurs are mostly youth. And educational qualification, which were categorized into 4. From this educational qualification, we can know that 72% of the respondents possess a level of education beyond high school. And as we can see from the statistic there, and the present study shows that urban informal entrepreneurs hold higher educational degrees. And from the categorization of educational qualification, bachelor degree constitute the highest, which is 52%. And now moving on to the contextual factors. These are the contextual factors that have contributed to the emergence of entrepreneurship in urban informal Mizoram. And like I have said, through the free listing conducted, these 14 contextual factors were listed, and we have coded as A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O. And I will not mention them all. The contextual factors such as attachment to traditional and cultural practices, changing needs of individual and household, desire for independence among youth. I think we can see from the slide. I will not mention it all. These are the contextual factors that have been that have been gathered through the free listing exercise. And we have made a classification of contextual factors based on salience. Like I have said, we have used Smith salience, and we categorize into the salience into high salience, moderate salience, and low salience. And among the from high salience, we have 2 factors, that is modernization leading to entrepreneurship and changing needs of individual. And under moderate salience, we have 6 factors. And under low salience, we have 5 factors. And we can easily see from this slide, the red one, B and J, changing needs of individual and household, and modernization leading to entrepreneurship belongs to high salience. And the black one, like in the increasing desire for eco-friendly products, social development program, social media influence, etc., they belong to moderate salience. And the last one, which is the blue part, belongs to the low salience, such as observing other success, attachment to traditional and cultural practices. And this is the chart that we have made. This shows the frequency, the average inverse strength, and the Smith salience. The highest frequency that we see is the modernization leading to entrepreneurship, and among the average rank, inadequate government jobs constitute the highest. And Smith salience, like I have said, modernization leading to entrepreneurship constitute the highest. I think we can see from the chart. Now, moving on to the types of contextual factors. The types were divided into cultural, social, and traditional influences, economic and employment factors, modernization, and marketing trends. Among these types, modernization and marketing trends contribute the highest, where we have 8 factors under this, such as modernization leading to entrepreneurship development, skill development programs, social media influence, etc. And from the cultural, social, and traditional influences, we have only 2 factors, that is attachment to traditional and cultural practices and increased desire for economic friendly products. And under economic and employment factors, we have 5 factors, such as inadequate government jobs, inadequate employment opportunities.
Sir, please conclude.
Or promotion of local products. Now, moving on to the conclusion part. From the study, it was known that modernization, inadequate government jobs, and rising interest in fashion and beautification is the primary drivers of entrepreneurship in Mizoram urban informal sector. And policy recommendation includes support modernization initiatives, creating more employment opportunities, and nurturing specific entrepreneurial interests to foster sustainable economic growth. And these are my references, and that's all I can present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anil. It was good presentation that how modernization is changing the lifestyle of people, or they are, even if they are not getting job, but they are they can generate their own job and job for other people also.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So it was good presentation and good findings. Thank you.
Thank you,
Over
ma'am.
to you, Dr. Lokesh. Dr. Lokesh, are you there? Bhupenji, is there any other presentation?
Hello.
Hello.
Ma'am, is there any? I think there is technical problem, right?
Yes, I think
Oh,
Bhupenji has lost his connection.
okay.
Do you have
Okay.
any comment for the?
No comments, no queries, ma'am.
Okay.
So please allow Manika Jyothi to present. Next.
Yes, yes.
Vanleng Ghaka, please stop presenting. Manika, Manika Jyothi. Are you with us, Manika? I can see your name in the list. Manika,
Yes. Yes, she is there.
not audible. We can see you now, but can't hear from you. Just check your. Check your headphone. No, still no voice. You are not mute. That part is clear. Manika, unmute yourself. You are mute now. Unmute from your system. Manika, unmute yourself. Unmute. Your system is mute. use the unmute point. Unmute yourself and then we may be able to hear you. You are mute from your end. In the app, Manika, we can't hear from you. You raise your hand that I can see. Okay, we have to end this session and you are advised to join soon. Soon after this session, there is another session is about to start because we are running behind the schedule. So your paper will be included in next session. So please join the new session, which you will going to get on your WhatsApp links, right? Thank you, all the presentees. Thank you, Dr. Sudha Chaudhary, for sparing your time and being with us.
Thank you, Penji, and thank you, my co-chairperson, Dr. Lokesh, for your inputs and the participants for their valuable presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudhaji. Thank you, Dr. Lokesh, for being with us. Thank you so much. Everyone, I am just ending this meeting and we would be meeting on another new link for post-lunch sessions. Thank you.